And we're recording. Hi, my name is Vardhan. This is gonna be everything I learned from my first startup. It's gonna be a long video. I'm guessing it's gonna be something like 2-ish hours. Let's talk about a little bit about the format first, because if we are gonna, talk for like 2 hours, I guess it's better to get everything like the format out of the way first, or like let's discuss that first. I would say watch the video at about 1.5 to 2x. I think you can do that. It's not a problem. The next thing I would say is get yourself like a snack or something, because it's going to be a lot of talking. It might be a little information dense, so you might want to make notes. What I'm also going to do is, because I haven't thought of like a clear structure for it, because there's a lot of ground for us to cover. There's like a lot of ground for us to cover. So I haven't thought of like a clear structure for the whole, talk. I have a general structure in mind, how we can start and go through it, but it's going to be a long video. And what I'm going to do is, as soon as I talk about something that I want to bring up later, I'm going to add it to a Notion doc, and then I'm going to refer to it later. So I might come back to it. I might come back to it later. I might come back to it immediately or later. So that might depend. I have my code on this one. I have my browser on this one, and I'm going to look there sometimes. I'm going to look here sometimes. We're going to also look at a bunch of resources that I found out over the past 2 years. We're going to discuss a lot of stuff. We discuss a lot of programming. I'm going to talk about the tech stack, and basically every line of code has a story. I'm going to talk about that story. I'm going to talk about the finances and stuff. I'm going to talk about UIUX and how I did that. I'm going to talk about all the mistakes I made. I'm going to talk about the business decisions I took. I'm going to talk about the marketing decisions I took. I'm going to talk about why I started something, and why I thought of like a feature, and why I added that. And there's like a bunch of stuff I'm going to talk about. It's just a lot. So I'm not going to overwhelm you right now. Let's just start slowly. I'm going to have a Notion doc. Let's have that as well. And, we can get started from there, right? So first of all, I think the first thing we should talk about really is why I built this, or why I started building this, right? I started building this, yeah. How I built it, when I built it, okay, so I think how I built it would cover what did I build it with. Okay, who did I build it with? I build it with, okay, sorry for all the noise from the keyboard. I know it's going to be annoying, but my chiclet style keyboard is broken. I'm going to put that up for repair and stuff, but yeah, this is just, sorry, I have this. It's going to make a bunch of noise. It's fine. I also have a coffee and some water. I might refill on that, and so it's going to be a long video. I'm not going to edit this one. I'm going to release an edited video later as well. So yeah, I'm sorry. It's going to be a long video. It's going to be a lot to edit. So I'm just, put this out for now, because there's a lot of stuff to discuss, right? And a lot of stuff to discuss, long video, right? And you're going to be looking at me doing this a lot, because I have my screen recording over here, which is going to change to my, Visual Studio IDE. So, I'm going to be looking at this a lot. I'm not going to be looking at the camera a lot. I hope the audio is very clear. I switch on all the fan and stuff so that you can hear me clearly. And yeah, it's going to be good. I hope my voice is able to carry through for like the next 2 hours or so. I'm guessing it's 2 hours, by the way. I have no clue. It could be long. It's already been 4 minutes. And by the way, the reason I'm not live streaming it is because, let's just say the internet goes down for like a few minutes. I don't want the stream to disconnect and then have to upload another live stream name part 2 and stuff like that. No, I want to be one big video, right? Great. So we have, why did I start building this? Okay, so why, the story of how this started and stuff. Okay, what did I build before this? That might be a good, better indication. So I need to give you a lot of context, so that might help. What did I build before this? Yeah. So before this, I have worked on 2 major projects, right? The The first was like a paper trading platform. Paper trading is basically like you can trade stocks without actual money. Wait, this might be not the best camera angle. Give me a second. Okay, so I wanted to be aimed more towards the, wait 1 second. So I'm sitting here and it's pointing me, it's fine actually. Let's just go with that for now. Who cares? So before this, I've built two major things. The first major thing I built was a paper trading platform. I never deployed it. It was built with UIUX Finance, the API that they have. Actually, I might show you that. Yeah. UIUX API. So this is what it was built with. Yeah, by the way, I'm using Vimium, so I'm going to be using mostly my keyboard. I don't tend to use my mouse a lot unless I'm pointing to something. So it was built using Vimium, this thing. And yeah, there was just like a paper trading platform. You could trade stocks, you could add your friends, and then you could see your chart and their chart, and then you could compare like who did better, and then you both the same amount of money to start off with. So that is how I got going. So that taught me some stuff. Actually, that taught me a lot about HTML, CSS. I got some work with I think Ajax did. Yeah, the graphs were done with a little bit of Ajax because I used chart.js. And what else? Obviously a lot about Django. I'm going to talk about the tech stack a little bit afterwards. So yeah, that taught me a lot about all this stuff, getting data from APIs, and that was the first project I built, right? Because I was like, yeah, let's build something to test out my skills, right? The next one was like, it's just something I don't want to talk about because it's really boring. It was like a platform that would help you build calendars for school, because making calendars for school is like extremely difficult because there's so many classes and so many teachers and you got to manage it, and there should be an overlap. But when I was building it, I was like, you know what, like you only get one life. I don't want to waste my life just working on this thing. So I was like, you know what, let's forget about this. And when I was building it, actually, that is the time where I came up with the idea for such a society, right? Actually, let me just share a little bit. Yeah, so Such a Society came out when I was working on this scheduling platform. So one day I was studying with my sister. I had my exams, right? I was in 12th, so I was studying. I don't know if I had my exams. I was just studying normally because you should study normally. So I was studying normally, and I was studying with my sister, and she had this really interesting question about something. It's irrelevant what it was about, but I was like, yeah, that's a very practical question, and like more questions should be like that. I was like, and then I thought, okay, so then we just stopped talking, and I was again reading my book. She was reading her book, and I thought, hey, like what are the components of a good doctor, right? What do you have to be a good doctor? And there are a lot of things probably that I don't even know, but the few things I could think about were, you have to have, good knowledge and good experience. Like those are the two basic things. If you have those, you have the makings of a good doctor, right? So like, yeah, you can get a lot of knowledge just by reading books and stuff, right? But experience is hard to get because you have to go to the wards, you have to do the rounds, and I mean that's like the part of the process, obviously, getting to talk to people and filling the charts and stuff. But I was like, let's see what we can do to make this better. And while I was sitting there, the first thing that I thought of was these government colleges. They have what are called, I don't know what they're called, but like they have this big index of all the database, like a big database of all the patient records, right, basically. And what I thought I could do was, I could go to one of these like government colleges, and I'd be like, you know what, give me access to all the data, and I'll make like a website where your students could go and they could just see the symptoms and stuff, and then they could see the final like they could see that, and then they could try and see what the final result would be, and or like the final diagnosis would be, and then they could come up with that, right? And that would be a way for them to gain experience faster. So the core insight that it was built on, like one of the core insights that this was built on was, experience is not a function of time. It's a function of objectives completed, right? What that basically means is, you don't get experience just by sitting around, right? Just not doing anything. even if you could have 10 years of experience and not complete any objectives, and that's bad. Objectives in this case would be, diagnosis, right? So it comes from objectives completed. So say someone does 10,000 cases in 3 years versus someone who does 10,000 cases in a year, right? They're getting the same amount of experience. Obviously, like there's some ambiguity and probably some level of difference in experience, because if you're doing 10, okay, whatever, forget about it. So like the core objective to complete here is the number of patients you see and the diagnosis you complete, right? And you really want them to be different. So obviously, common is common and uncommon is uncommon, but you want them to be. You want to see a lot of patients, right? That is how you develop your instinct as well. So instinct is like one of the makings of a good doctor, I guess. And for that, you need to have a lot of experience, right? And you get a lot of experience by seeing a lot of patients. So you're like, okay, how do you see a lot of patients? That is why I was building this, right? So I was like, if I get access of all the data from these colleges, I could just build them something simple. They could log in with their roll number, and they could have like a type of password, and they could use that, right? That would be helpful to them. But then I was like, okay, let's do that, right? And I was sitting there and I was like thinking, okay, this is what we're gonna do. But what happened was, I started the next day over dinner, I started talking to Papa about it, right? And I was like, I want to build this. I think this would be helpful. I think this could be useful to a lot of students, and it would make them better doctors, right? And it makes sense. I think it makes sense to me that it would make them better doctors. But he said, the data won't be reliable if you use like the thing from all the government colleges, right? Now, I talked to other people as well later on, and that advice seems to be true, right? And I believed him because, I believed him. And he said, you should maybe build like a platform for it, right? So I was like, okay, I'm going to build a platform for it. You know what? Let's do this, right? So I was like, let's go. Let's get started with making a platform. This was last August, right? So I was just about to turn 17. I was in my late 16, right? So I was just about to turn 17. I was in 12th, last year of high school and stuff. So yeah, that was like the setting. And yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm going to build this. And that is how it basically got started. A way for people to share cases and then view them. That is what we wanted to fundamentally build. And that is what I did. One second, actually. Let's make this a checklist instead of like a normal list. So let's do /to-do, I guess. Yeah, let's make it a to-do list. And okay, one second. I think there's like a way to change it to a to-do list automatically as well, but I don't remember what that is. Like it's like you can turn it into a to-do list automatically, but I don't remember how to do that. Okay. Automatically in the sense like using a keyboard. So what did I build before this? Why I started building this? Okay, how I built this, right? How, I guess I should answer all that. I should at least tell you the tech stack, and then we can get into more details later. When I built it and how I built it. Okay. So how I built it. So the technology stack, let's think of all the different areas, right? So I had, obviously you have front end, back end, you have the database, you have your hosting and hosting of like media and normal website, right? Okay. And you have analytics, right? So the front end was basically vanilla JavaScript. It was vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, obviously, because you need to have those. I don't know any frameworks just yet. I'm going to spend some time learning those. I'm going to actually try and move the camera over this way because I think it's going to be helpful. Okay, yeah. I hope it's more centered. Wait, no. It is. I think it's worse. Come on. Great. And yep, I'm gonna have to cut this part out. I guess this is a bit better. Yeah, cool. So I used Node. Like I didn't use any frameworks for JavaScript. I'm gonna learn one of those like now, but I didn't know anything at the time, right? So I just use vanilla JavaScript with some Ajax. I used some jQuery because that's just the thing I knew how to use. So yeah, I use some jQuery. I know it's not like ideal. It's really fallen out of style, and not many people use it. I guess a lot of old code bases must have it, but I don't think most people use it nowadays, right? There are better alternatives. And yeah, so I use some jQuery. I mean, I kind of had to include it for another framework, that is Materialized CSS, that I got it. So Materialized CSS is okay. Let me show you. Actually, I have it on this quick fire. Yeah, so Materialize, if you're wondering what that quick thing was, I have a macro keyboard that I built. So I'm going to be using that. Actually, I should also open up that. And yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff I have. Cool. So so I use these two things as well. So this is Materialized CSS, right? Materialized CSS is the framework that is based on Material UI. Material UI, right? This is the thing that Google has. Google has this thing, a design language called Material Design, right? So this is the new Material Design, but this 3 thing. But before that, but when I was building it, we didn't have Material Design 3. It was just like the normal Material UI. So if you go into, let's say components, right? And let's go to date pickers, right? And what you can also do is you can go to date pickers here. Okay, so it's in this, and yeah, so you see this, it's gonna build like a date picker for you. Let's see if like there's an image of this. Yeah, so you can just you can just see it works like this, right? So it's gonna show you why it works this way on stuff. It's relevant, it's clear, it's intuitive, and then it will explain the anatomy as well. It's going to be a bunch of stuff. It's also responsive by design, so that's nice. And you can see like the do's and don'ts and stuff like that. I have not read through all of this, but whenever you're confused about what to do when you're adding like a thing, you can always refer to this. So this is really amazing. So if you want to look into more things, I guess Uber also has, what is it called, a design system, I guess. System, or I think it's something like that. I think this is it. I think Adobe has theirs as well. No, this is not it. Uber, what is it called? It's like Uber design doc, I guess. Oh yeah, let's just go guidelines, because yeah, that's going to be helpful, I guess. Let's see. I don't know. I'll come up with, I'll think of it. Give me a little bit of time. I'm going to add this to the list for now. Let's add it here. Uber design docs or something. Okay, so we'll look at that later on, right? But just trust me that there's something there. I think Adobe has theirs as well, right? But I use this and Tailwind, obviously. Tailwind, I think I used Tailwind 3, but we have 4 now. Wait, what did I use? Did I use 2? Wait, let me check. We'll check. I'll actually add that to the Notion doc as well. Check the version of Tailwind I used. So I used like one of those Tailwinds. I think it was 3. I don't know. I think 4 is coming out, right? So yeah, let's see. So this is Tailwind. Tailwind is basically a way to write CSS in your HTML. Now there's like a bunch of opinions about Tailwind. There's 2 sides. People are like, okay, so the whole point of having CSS is to decouple your CSS or styling from your HTML, right? Why would you want to jam that in there as well, right? Now, I agree with that, right? It makes sense. You want to, separate it out, right? But on the other hand, it's so much faster to develop for me with Tailwind, because you just write it in HTML, and I know it's lazy and stuff, but you know what, you do what you do, right? And I like it. It's really good, especially for padding and margin and stuff like that. It's really helpful to add that. For flex and stuff, it's fine. Like, it's just basic. You can do it in CSS easily as well. It's like equivalent amount of effort, I would say. But for margins and padding and stuff like that, it's really helpful because they have like all the classes pre-built. Yeah, and you can define custom classes with Tailwind as well, but I just defined them in like a separate style sheet. We'll talk about that when I talk about the style sheets and stuff like that, right? Now, let's see. Docs. I think this is like not that difficult to understand. I didn't use the dark mode the way they tell you to do it. Yeah, so that was like really bad. We're going to talk about dark mode later as well. It was like fully responsive and dark and light mode as well. So we're going to talk about that. So there's like a bunch of stuff that you have here that you can use. And I don't actually scroll through this. You can just press Ctrl K and talk about. You can see all the recent things I have here, right? Yeah, whatever. Let's talk about. Okay, so that's Tailwind. So Materialized CSS, that's a framework that's a design framework. Okay, so Materialize I used basically for, my bad. Let's do Materialize. I used it for the navigation bar, nav bar. Yeah, the nav bar. I really like this nav bar. I'm a big fan of this. They also have like great date pickers and stuff like that. So all that stuff is amazing when you're using Materialize. Also the orange glows because I have my screens on night shift and it's like late, so you know they're on night shifting. So that is the reason I used this. Also it has like great text fields. Oh, I keep doing that, by the way. Text fields, text inputs. Yeah, so it has great text inputs as well. You can have just the basic forms, and you can disable them and stuff like that. You can have email and password. Those are like normal HTML stuff as well. But the more interesting things are on the lower end. Yeah, text area, and you can have like a counter for that as well somewhere. Yeah, this one. This is like the character counter. This is really helpful. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Why this is like really helpful to have. So yeah, that is the front end. Backend was built mostly with Django. Django. Yeah, so Django is this Python framework. Why do I use Django? Because Django is amazing. I know how to use Python, so I was like, okay, so we have to make a website. I know Python. What are we going to use? Django. It's really good. It's batteries included, and it's amazing. Yeah, it just works really, really well for the stuff I needed to work. And yeah, it's just good. So a lot of people have this kind of notion that, you know what, you should use something like Flask. Flask is like a lighter weight web framework for Python. Excuse me. Yeah. So like Flask is like a lighter weight one. And they say that you shouldn't have your like batteries included, and you should build them yourself because you're gonna make it better, right? Sorry. But the thing is, it only makes sense, in my opinion, it only makes sense to do that if you're better at making all those batteries and all the other free and open source. I mean, I shouldn't say that because I haven't contributed, but all the free and open source contributors to Django, right? I want to contribute to it, but that's something we'll do later on, right? So yeah, that's why I like it, because it comes with signals built in, not signals actually, messages built in. It comes with accounts and stuff, account system reset. It has like a good email thing as well. There's like a bunch of stuff that Django does that is like super helpful. I don't know enough about Flask to say what's like traditionally different, but I know that Flask is like not a batteries included one. The JavaScript equivalent would be like something like Express. So yeah, but I think a lot of people love Express, so yeah, I'm not gonna make any comments about that. It's currently on 4.1. I think I started with 3.7. I haven't got it up to 4.1, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely the web framework for perfectionists with deadlines. It's really good. It's really good. You can easily get started, and there's like a full stuff built in with it. Yeah, it's amazing. You can look at all the features and batteries that come here. There's a lot of security stuff. If you want to read a little bit more about Django, what is it called? Monoliths? Yeah, this one. So this is like a really interesting article that I would suggest you read if you want to think a little bit more about Django and frameworks like this. It's just you know, a different take on the new trends, right? I like it because obviously I use Python, Django, so I'm obviously biased, and it felt good to read that, right? Yeah, so I use Django for the backend. The database was done in Postgres. Why Postgres? Why not something NoSQL or you know, another type of SQL like MySQL, something like that? Okay, so there are like a bunch of things you can work with, right? Give me a second. So there are like a bunch of database formats, right? You can have an SQL one or a NoSQL one, which is like a or like basically a document database, I guess, right? I don't know if the NoSQL and the document are I don't know if you can use them interchangeably, but like it's either like the one of them is a part of another. I don't know exactly, right? So the reason I went with you know, an SQL database is, first of all, they're great for relations, right? I know some GraphQL, yeah, I know, but they're great for relations, right? SQL databases are good for that, especially Postgres, right? We're going to talk a little bit more about that. So I was like, okay, let's go with Postgres, right? Sorry, let's go with SQL. The only reason you should use, I guess, a NoSQL one is like if you know exactly why you want to use something like Mongo, like you should have a very specific use case. In most cases, like I'm going to say like most cases, it makes sense to use, you know, just an SQL based database. It's just very optimized and it runs very fast. I'm sure the NoSQL ones work very well as well, because I think they have been optimized now as well. But yeah, it's just they work well with Django. Yeah, that's another thing that I need to talk about. So now you have the option of MySQL versus Postgres, right? Postgres works great with Django. At least from what I've read, Postgres and Django are mixed really well. They work fantastically together, and that is why I went with Postgres. Now I'm going to admit to something. Okay, so when I was building my paper trading platform, right, what happened was I needed, for some reason, like I was actually getting something from an API, so I was like, you know what, I'll just store some data in JSON, right? I was going to store the stocks that you owned in JSON so that you can just have like one big column of like the person, the name, and the email, and the stocks they own. I went some other way, but I was like, okay, you know what? I need a JSON field. And actually, I was going through the documentation, and in the documentation, oh god, in the documentation you have JSON. Yeah, so you have like this JSON database thing that you can have. Where is that? Let's go to models. Yeah, so let's go to models. Oops. Yeah, let's go to models, and I'm gonna search for JSON. Okay, you can have a JSON field, basically field types. Let's see. Okay, yeah, these are like the many and many. Okay, whatever. You can have like a JSON thing stored in your Django databases as well. So I was going to use that, but I went the other way, right? But the thing is, you can't use so Django ships with SQLite as its default database, but you couldn't have the JSON field if you used MySQL. SQLite. So I switched to Postgres, which was a pain to install because I don't know what was going wrong, but it was like everything went wrong when I was installing Postgres first. And yeah, now, so when I made my second thing, I was like, Postgres, let's go. And then I was making my third thing, I was like, Postgres, let's go. And it worked out well because I needed a relational database which was fast, which works well with Django, and Postgres is great for all of that, right? That's the database. And about deploying, I deployed to DigitalOcean. I'm going to talk more about DigitalOcean as well. So I'm going to actually move that here. DigitalOcean, like the experience with that. So the experience with that. Oh, come on. Yeah. So my experience with DigitalOcean, right? This is another whole thing to explore there, like a big saga, obviously. So yeah, and for media, I use AWS S3 through DigitalOcean Spaces. Yeah. Now I'm going to talk about why I chose to use Spaces as well when I moved to the DigitalOcean thing. I'm going to add that to the document right now. It's gotten cold, man. It's kind of a scam. Why I chose to use Spaces. Okay. Yeah, that's basically the stack. So front end, we had JavaScript, we have all those, UI frameworks, and wait, are those called UI frameworks? Yeah, they're called UI frameworks. I had JavaScript and UI frameworks, all the ones that I listed. I don't know if I used any SCSS. We're gonna look at the file formats as well. We're gonna look at the file directory as well, so we'll know that way. So yeah, JavaScript, all those things. Django on the back end. We have DigitalOcean to host it, Postgres for the database, and for media we have S3. Right, perfect. So that is the technology stack. And I gave a justification for all of those. Right. So let's how I built it. Wait, or is that what I built it with? Let's just say how I built it is that, right? When I built it, okay, so it's going to be more personal than anything, but who cares? Right? This is my thing. Yeah, I know this is not going to get more than like 15 views, but I don't care. The thing is, I have not been working on this for like the past 6 months because I have exams and stuff. So I was studying, right? So I want to get back into programming because that's what I really want to do. I haven't touched programming for like the past 6 months. So I was like, you know what? Let's quickly go through all the structures so that I'll remember everything and I'll have the format and stuff down. Okay, my coffee is over. Just gonna have a sip of water. Yeah. Not more than 15 people are gonna watch this. I'm sure. I'm definitely sure. So I'm making this more for myself, but I thought, you know what, let's record it and let's post it online. Who cares, right? Where was I? Yeah, when did I build it, right? So this is gonna be more personal, right? Like I said, so I was just gonna turn 17. I was 16 at the time. This was August 2021. I started that. I used to make it like, I used to work on this from like 8 to 2 a.m. like 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. because you should study normally, right, in the morning or like throughout the day. But then I didn't get enough time to program. And one of the things that I think is really important to me when I'm programming is not having to context switch a lot. So if I'm programming, I want to get like good long session done, like a long session done, because the thing is, you want to get a lot of code in your head. Like you should be able to walk through it in a way that you should know where everything is, and you should feel comfortable. You should know it like the back of your hand, right? And I think I do know this one very well. I know where everything is. I know what everything does. I'm sure I've forgotten a little bit of it because I haven't looked at it for like 6 months now. But yeah, I think I remember most of it and how everything was structured. I'm sure we're gonna have some pleasant surprises along the way. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time going through all of this. So I don't like context switching, right? So 8 to 2, mostly you're done with studies. I have had my dinner, so I can get and I can sit and have a good session of just programming. And yeah, that is why I used to work then. Obviously, you should always study in the morning. Anyone in 12th, please study. Don't do what I did. Get good amount of sleep and stuff. Yeah, that's really important. But I just wanted to work on this like really badly because I just felt in my heart that this is what I wanted to do. So I was working on it, and obviously creating stuff makes me really happy and gives me a lot of energy. So I was like, you know what, let's work on this. So yeah, that is why I used to work. That is when I built it. It was like 12th. Yeah, I was in last 12th. Yeah, that's when I built it. Okay, so personal section over. Who I built it with. Okay, so you're like, okay, you can't build this alone, right? It's like, you can kind of if you just have enough time. Okay, so when, also another question for when is, I built my MVP in the like 1 month. I think taking over that is like, you're not doing an MVP then, unless you're doing something with credit cards or I don't know, bank stuff, then you should take more time. But yeah, I built it in 1 month. I had people take a look at it. We'll talk about that later as well. Let me add that to Notion. People coming and taking a look at this. People coming and taking a look at this. Oh, come on. I don't want to make mistakes. Yeah. People coming and taking a look at this MVP. So I built in like the MVP in 1 month. Then I spent like 1 month tweaking it to their specifications and just adding stuff that they wanted me to add. And yeah, their needs and stuff I thought about, and then it's just building things. Okay, one other thing I would say you should look at is TT, and I'm gonna go that. So you could kind of follow along with the journey over here. I was kind of documenting it as I was building it, just to let everyone know what I was up to. So you could have a look at it here, right? Yeah. So that is when I built it. Mostly, it was I started August 2021, and I stopped working on it in, I guess, I want to say, I think 6 months, right? 6 months it was online. So just take November, December, it was online, and then yeah. I think December I paid for, and March I paid for. So it was like, I closed it at the end of March, but I had stopped development before that, right? I stopped developing it in like Feb, I guess, or at least like any significant development. Something I forgot to mention, I used obviously Git for version control, and I use GitHub as my Git like repository store. So yeah, those are like the basic things. Obviously, everyone does that. Anything else about when I built it? Yeah, I don't think, no, nothing. Who I built it with, right? So you would think I built it with like other people. Not really. I obviously had a lot of feedback from both of my friends, like my best friends. We always talked on Discord. I would show them stuff. They'd be like, you should maybe change this. Actually, I'll tell you one of the ways one of my friends contributed majorly to the platform. Okay. I'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Yeah, it was like I was talking to my friends a lot. I had my family and their friends who are like doctors talk to me a lot about it as well, because they understand, like, I understand some medicine, like not medicine, medicine as like I understand the culture around it and the way you do internships and stuff like that. So I kind of get that, but I don't know everything, right? I'm not a doctor. I have not been through the process. So I thought it would be helpful, obviously, to talk to them. You should always talk to your users. Always talk to your users. Like, that's one of the major business things that you should learn. There's a little bit of a nuance to it, because you shouldn't really listen to exactly what they want. You should listen to the kind, like, okay, let me give you an example that might be easier, right? So when I called one of my sister's friends over, she suggested that I add what is ORM, I guess. ORM is like, wait, is that ORM? No, that's not ORM. ORC, right? Basically, you can read the text on a picture, right, to search stuff. Now, ORC is like a really, oh wait, that's OCR. My bad. That's called OCR. Let me actually, 1 second. Yeah. So she wanted me to add OCR to it. So what you should, I mean, I didn't add OCR. OCR is really difficult to add. Come on. Yeah, I would have to probably hook it to some API, probably Google's, because Google I think has good OCR. But I think what she really wanted was like good search. So I worked a lot on search when she told me that, right? Also, OCR would make sense if you have a lot of yeah. So another thing I would need to do is index all the images if I'm doing like image search. No. Yeah. Wait, no. She wanted OCR or image. Wait, what did she want? Did she want image search or did she want OCR? No, I think she wanted like image search. Yeah, so image search is like really difficult to do because you've got to index all the things, and I don't even know where to start with that. Like, probably involves some deep learning or some shit like that. Like, I don't know what it involves, right? So it's like really difficult to build, and especially like I was expecting it to get like millions of images, and did not happen. But yeah, it's like millions of images, and how is I gonna index that? And what about videos? How do you index the videos? What do you do with that? Like, I had no clue, right? Yeah, so when she was explaining it, what I understood was she did not exactly want OCR. What she wanted was sorry, not image search. What she wanted was like good search. You should be able to find stuff easily. So I worked a lot on search after she told me that, right? So yeah, that's like one of the nuances. I lost track of where I was. Yeah, who I built it with. Okay, so yeah, I built it mostly on my own. I'm not great at UI UX. I'm going to talk a little bit about my philosophy of UI UX as well. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about my UI UX philosophy. So yeah, I did the UI UX myself. It isn't great, I guess. It's good looking, but it's like, well, not good looking. It's functional, but I wouldn't say it's like amazing looking, right? And I know I haven't come to the code yet, and I haven't shown you the website. I'm coming to that, dude. It's chill. It's fine. So I did all the UI UX myself. I also did all the programming myself, and yeah, I had a bunch of input from everyone all the time. And I would talk to them and talk to other doctors I knew. It was kind of daunting to go to people and explain it. I mean, I was really excited, so that really helped, right? You know, if you're passionate about it, you're like, you know what? I don't care if this is embarrassing. I'm going to talk to you about this. So I talked to everyone about it. Basically, every conversation and anytime my brain had any downtime, this is all I was thinking about. I was obsessed, man. I was absolutely obsessed. Yeah, I was writing stuff on Discord. I had like a Discord server for this. I had a Notion document for it. I was writing in my notes. All the time, every time, this is all I thought about, right? But yeah, I think if I had to name a co-founder, I would say my co-founder was Reddit. I'm not great at Django, right? I wasn't, at least. I'm still okay. I can build stuff now. I have confidence, great confidence now. I can build a lot of. I'm good enough to be dangerous, but I'm not like an amazing person. Like, I'm a painter, I guess. I'm not an artist. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. I keep forgetting. Yeah, so Reddit was my co-founder, and it was like so much. You can get a lot of help from Reddit, right? From all this mess I made with Git. I'm going to talk about that later as well. I'm going to add that to the list. A mess I made with Git. That was like another thing. All the mess I made with Git. Django subreddit, amazing subreddit. I was somewhat active on Stack Overflow. I have another story of Stack Overflow, but yeah, it's like it was okay on Stack Overflow. Then we obviously have the Django forum. That was nice. I ran into like a really terrible database thing. Basically migration hell. So yeah, that was something I used Django forums for. So I'm gonna say yeah, migration hell. I can talk about, oh dude, this is going to be a long video. It's already been 45 minutes and we haven't started talking about, oh my goodness. It's not going to be over in 2 hours. Oh, it's going to be amazing. Let's go. It's currently 11 when I'm recording. It's like 10:55. So I guess it's going to be 11 in a short while. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a while. If this goes over 5 hours, I'm going to stop and I'm going to do a part 2 because I don't think I'll go over 5 hours. I got a sheep as well. Um, yeah, so Reddit was a good co-founder for me, and I would say just Reddit was a co-founder. I asked a lot of questions because I haven't been taught programming in school as such, so I didn't know a lot of stuff. No one in my family codes, so yeah, that was like, I need to use my Reddit skills for that. And yeah, I guess that is who I built it with. Obviously, there were a lot of support people behind the scenes, like people who weren't directly programming, people who weren't really making the UIs and UXs, people who weren't marketing. But I can't say that I built it alone. That would be really unfair. I got a lot of help from Reddit. I obviously had my friends, my family, huge support system, my sister's friends, huge support system again. Yeah, so it was like a lot of people that were really helpful when I was building this. Yeah. Okay, I think that's enough. I could talk more, but let's forget about that. Okay. Check the version. I'm gonna do that later. DigitalOcean experience with that. Why choose two spaces? Later. People later. Yeah. Okay. I guess that is it for all the basic stuff. Now you know what everything is. Now I'm gonna start the server and let's see if this works. So this the code name for this. I like giving code name to my projects. Was Dog Bank, because doctor, case bank, dog bank. Oh yeah. Okay, let me quickly give you like a small thing. I was also gonna make an Android app for this. So I started working on that a little bit as well, because I was like, you know what, I need to be on all platforms, right? But I chose to go the WPA route, which is like a progressive web app. No, PWA. Yeah. WPA. What's that? Yeah, PWA. Route as well. Let's go to that. And let's start. Open with code, baby. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be like greeting an old friend. Now, yeah, I have looked at it like a little bit because I was working on something. Just I'm applying to internships, so I was looking at this, just figuring out all the stuff I had worked with. Oh god, it's gonna take more than 5 hours. I don't know. I think 5 hours is gonna be enough. I think we're gonna be okay with 4 or 5 hours. I'm gonna move this here, and I might actually do. I might actually share my ID with you. I don't know if I want to do that though. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. So how do you do the environment stuff? What was it? What are the commands? So the commands for starting the environment is you should always use environments. So it's like pi dash. No, I messed up. No, cancel. Yeah. Okay. Cancel. Yeah. I want to go into the environment. I'm just going up because I don't remember. Yeah, /env/script/activate. Yeah, that's how you do it. Wait, no, but you have to go. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been so long since I have worked on this that it's kind of weird. Let's see if this works. I hope this works. Yeah, no, I think I need to go back a directory. cd dot. I didn't even know how to touch type when I was writing this. I learned recently, so it would be env/scripts/activate, and you should like I basically had to type this like multiple times every single day. Yeah, so now we're there. Cd into the core directory, and yeah, now we are in here. Okay, let's see how I want to do this. Let's start the project. Wait, what was? How do you start the server? It was like something run server, Python. Oh god, it's been so long. What was the run server command? Actually, let's look it up. Django run server command. don't want like a custom thing. I just want to run my server, man. It's been so long. Wait. RUN, SER, VR, Django admin. No, that's not what I want. I don't want to do Django admin run server. Wait, what was that? What was the command, man? Oh, it's been so long. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Docker is another thing we could explore. Come on, give me the. Oh, I forgot the command, man. That's so embarrassing. Oh yeah, I'm doing the lazy programmer thing. Yeah, Django admin run server. I guess that this will work. Let's see if this works. I don't know if I did that. I normally Python. I think. Oh yeah, this Python manage.py run server. Yeah, that is the command. Let's go. Python manage.py run server, and it's gonna open a window. Come on. I hope that is the command. Okay, it's gonna open it. Come on. Go for it. Okay, system check. And oh, and we are opening it. Oh my god. It's been a while. Oh, this is so big. Oh my god, this text needs to be smaller, man. This, oh god. Yeah. Oh wow, why is this so close? Oh goodness, oh my god. It's been so long. Oh yeah, by the way, the technology stack, I got my domain through Google Domains, if you're wondering. Oh, feels amazing. By the way, this is the place where you get the WPA thing. You can open it as a progressive web app, so it looks like a normal app. Oops. Sorry. No. So, what was it? Yeah, one dot. No. 127. Why is it doing like this, man? 127.1.1. Oh, God. It's so simple. I swear I'm not this incompetent, okay? It's just been a while, okay? Yeah, by the way, this thing is not part of the UI. This is what this is called. Let me silent that. It's called Django Debug Toolbar. You use it to take care of. Wait, is it? Am I running on 3.2.6? Oh my god, this is old. Oh shit, man. Sorry. It's really old, and the reason is I'll talk about a little bit of stuff, right? I'll talk about everything here when we look at the code, but this is just how the website looked. Yeah. So let me go through a little bit of it. I'll talk about all this stuff I built with, and yeah, like why everything is there, and yeah, just a bunch of stuff on this page that I can discuss, right? Just the basic UI stuff. Okay, let's start from the left. Set the society. This is like, I chose to go with this instead of the logo because it just looks better with the thing, and I'm not amazing at making logos, right? It's a very normal looking logo, this thing. So yeah, I just went to the text. I think it looks classy. I think it looks nice. This okay, let's go like left to right, and then we go to the bottom. Yeah. It feels so amazing to look at it, man. I just can't contain my happiness. Like, I have looked at the code, I hadn't launched it. It's been so long since I looked at it. Oh. Yeah. So there are like a bunch of pages. We'll open these as well, I guess. Or you know what? Let's just wait for a little bit. So academic partners would be, I wanted to add like doctors and famous doctors that were using our platform and stuff like that. Apparently, that wasn't something they were really keen on doing. Yeah, if you haven't understood yet, I shut it down. Right, I'm gonna talk about why I'm gonna bring it back up. Let's put that up on Notion as well. Why I am gonna restart it. So yeah, this is like the page, right? I was gonna have like a bunch of smart academic, like people famous that use this platform, and they're academic partners, and they can write blog posts and stuff for the website as well, right? Because I'll talk more about the blog post later. There's just a bunch of stuff for us to discuss. Like there's so much for us to discuss. You could buy ads. So ads were basically the way that I was going to monetize the platform. There's like a bunch of stuff coming up. Affiliate was basically you could get an affiliate commission for people buying ads through your affiliate code, because you know what, I thought using affiliates was a smart idea to get people would buy ads. I thought that would incentivize people to go out and look for people who would buy ads on our platform. Didn't work out. I guess I honestly login register. Now this is not normally this big. Like the text for Materialize is not normally this big. This is made artificially big by me because I want it to be extremely clear and nice. Yeah. Now the color scheme. The reason this is, I guess I should talk about that. The reason this is dark and purple is because, well, I like dark UIs a lot more than I like light UIs. So I was building it. I was like, you know what, you kind of. So I have a taste for dark UI. So I was like, you know what, let's build it with dark UI. Who cares? I'm going to talk a little bit about why I added the light UI as well. But the homepage is still on dark UI. Now I'm going to go through like this section, right? Okay. And it's responsive as well. So we'll look at the phone view as well. Okay. So save more lives. So why is that up there, right? Why did I add that? Now you traditionally want the headline or the hero section to really catch the person who's coming onto your website. I think this is a terrible headline. So what I wanted to write was gain experience faster, because that is exactly what we're doing. You want to gain experience faster. But when I suggested that to one of my friends, he said, you should have save more lives, right? I think I gave him two options. I was like this or that. Now I was leaning a lot more towards gain experience faster, but he's like, you know what, go with save more lives. And he made a compelling case, right? He said it's more grand. People will be like, oh my god, we can save more lives. That's my goal as a doctor. So yeah, I mean, he made a good case for it. So I went with that. If I had to change it, I think I would go with gain experience faster. A social platform where doctors view and share cases to gain experience faster. I added that because I wanted to have that anyways. Now, I think this is a little bit more markety than I would want it to be. Because look at that, like it's a social platform. What does that even mean? Like you can follow people. Yeah, that's a social platform, but it doesn't add a lot of information, I guess. I don't know. I think I'll just redo the whole thing. I like the graphic. I think it's like, because I wanted to go save more lives. So I was like a doctor with someone else. And if you're wondering where I got this, I'm not an artist. So we use Undraw. So Undraw is like this place where you can get fantastic illustrations. They're all free, and you can become a supporter and stuff like that. And God, please go back. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to search. I thought that was the search box. That's why I clicked S. Doctor. And when we look that up, that's the image that comes up, and that's why that is there, right? I'm gonna keep this page open. We're gonna come back to this later on, right? So later on, like in the first renditions, like in the early renditions of this thing, I had this section next. We believe in excellence and not age, right? We believe in excellence, not age. Again, it's way more marketry than I hoped it would be. I don't know, man. It's like this false sense of grandeur, right? Grandeur. was like, oh my God, I'm doing such an amazing job. I'm so amazing, you know. I mean, obviously, it was like, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I was happy. I was like, you know what? I'm doing a good thing. Let's put the front end center, right? And the reason why that was second was because I was listening to Simon Sinek at the time, and I discovered him, right? And he talked a lot about values and starting with why and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what do we believe in? What does Apple believe in? You know, he talked about that, and I was like, you know what? I got so pulled in by that. I was like, you know what? We should add something like, what do we believe in? What is the belief of the company? And that is why we went with we believe in excellence and not age, which I think is a fair line to add. But I don't think it should be the next section, because that's like totally it's dumb. It doesn't give you any more information. It tells you a little bit about the company, yeah, I guess, but this section is brilliant. Okay, so I have this one brother who is my cousin brother, and I showed this to him, and he was like, you know what, you should. So I just showed him. I just opened the website for him on his phone, and he was like, okay, so what does it do? And I told him what it does, and he's like, you should add a case to the homepage. And I was like, that is so smart, because then you can just come and you can do a case. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about okay, you know what? I'll just tell you right now. So the case is actually like one of the picks that moderators pick as like a, wait, what do I call these? I call these, what are these called? These are called like something picks, editors picks. Yeah, these are called editors picks. So basically, like the moderators and the academic partners that I was gonna have, but I didn't have, were gonna pick cases that are amazing. And the case that was the most recently picked and was an editor's choice or editor's pick was gonna be this case. Like you could see it on the screen here, and this is one of those cases. And you could click to expand. So it really gives you an idea about what the platform does, right? And it gives you like all these buttons, and it just gives you a nice idea for what is happening on the platform. You get all of this information. You get the patient information, like what is their age and stuff like that. And I'm going to talk about why this format as well. There's a lot of stuff to cover, right? Yeah. So you get the patient information, and you get to have a look at the case. I think it was fantastic that he suggested that. He's like a really smart programmer, so that was nice of him to do. Like, it was a really good suggestion. I'm really happy with it. This cap signifies that this is it does do it, right? So this is UG friendly. So if you hover on that, it shows you like UG friendly. UG friendly is you haven't gotten into post graduation, but you can solve this case because it's like an easier case to solve. But it's a good case because it's an editor's pick, right? So I was like, you know what? I need to. So after I got out of the whole Simon Sinek thing and I was reworking on the platform, I was like, let's explain it. You know what? Like, why solve cases? Like, gain experience faster, apply your knowledge, develop and strengthen your intuition, active recall. Let's go. But I think this is a little bit redundant, right? Let me tell you why. All the medical students pretty much know why this is important. If you told a medical student that I could put into your like head 10,000 cases today, they'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a good thing to do, right? So they understand intuitively why solving cases is important. So I think it's a little bit of a waste of a real estate right now, right? Now, obviously, I got all of this insight later on, or else I would have changed this. Like, I wouldn't have built it like this. So yeah, don't hate on me for that, you know? So, but I think it's an okay section. It's good for people who are not doctors. But the thing is, you design for a demographic and not for like randos, right? It's just all the medical students would know why solving cases is important. This is a waste of space. And if there's one thing that you know, the most expensive thing or the most expensive real estate is a real estate on your landing page, right? It's going to do the most amount of conversions and stuff like that, right? I guess, yeah. So this is like the most important place. I think this is a waste of space, right? Also, I think what I did was, so basically the reason that it's so like there's not enough padding, I guess, you know, I had it spread out. I guess it was like spread out at like this much distance. It was like a lot of distance that I had like a lot of padding and margin for this, but I thought people might not scroll so fast. But I think that was a mistake. I should add more margin and padding, definitely. So yeah, I think I would redesign a lot of this. I think it's clean. I like the interface. I think it looks good. Sell your notes. Like, okay, So selling your notes was the last thing I added, right? And it's like best anti-piracy technology. I do believe that we had like a really amazing anti-piracy measures. We accept all forms of platforms, share maps, mind maps, and flowcharts as well, right? That's like a bunch of things you could do because you could sell notes. So this was like a new feature we added. So I was like, okay, this is okay. I think this is justified to have on your landing page because this is like a new feature you added. Maybe you can have that. Then I already explained this, and like this is something I think I added, like the underlying thing. I don't know. I just wanted to do some CSS animation. Now, these are the sections I loved. I removed one. Oh my god, why did I remove the other section? I don't know. Okay, so our goals, like I think this is really important to have on a landing page. I don't know why, but I just feel like more than this is more important because it's like concrete, right? Help medicals across the world become better faster. I still believe that. I still want to help save an extra 1 million lives. That would be amazing. How amazing would that be? Right? Yeah. This is like, I think this is such an articulate goal for the company. I want every medical student. So the reason I use medicos is instead of medical students, just to keep it shorter, right? That's the reason that I have that. Yeah, I think this is one of the most succinct and well put goals for the company. What I wanted to do was help all the medical students have 10,000 cases under their belt before they started, before they actually even got into, before they finished their internship, which is like in the 5.5 years of you doing your practice, your studies, your UG basically, under graduation, you already have solved 10,000 cases before you graduate. Right. So that was the, I think this is a really concrete goal. You can actually like understand it, right? I think that's really important. And I think a lot of people really resonated with this. So I think that is like a good thing to have, right? And I think the last one, is really good as well. Which basically is like, you want to build a huge collection of cases for the future students. So every case that gets added to the platform is another case that a future medical student can have a look at. So let's just assume that in the first year we get 1,000 cases. In the second year you get 2,000 new cases. That means overall we have 3,000 cases on the platform, right? Which is a lot of cases. Obviously it's like not all encompassing and stuff like that, but 3,000 is a good number, right? For this example. So as time would go on, the platform would just become more and more and more valuable because you would have more cases on the platform. I was actually also going to use, like the cases will also become like great data for medical research. Like say you want to see correlation between X and Y, right? You need to have a big database of all the things. I don't know how to do that right now, but I thought this would be a good way for that as well. Like you could have a look at all the cases and see how much overlap there was. And that way you could like crowdsource a lot of information for your platform. Inspiring doctors, and this would lead you to academic partners, all the academic partners we had, I guess. And sign up, it's free. Again, not enough margin, not enough spacing. What are you doing? I think this is a good amount of margin and spacing. This one has good. I think this is, I think you could have more margin on the top here. It's terrible, yeah. And I think there's not enough margin at the bottom here. And so basically the way you do call to action, from what I've learned, is you tell them what to do, and you also, I don't know, what is it called? Like you answer or kind of fight some kind of, like, what is it called? It has a name. So basically, you fight, or you give a solution to their objection. I think that is probably what, I think that is the best way to put it. So you're like, okay, I'm going to sign up. It's going to be paid, right? Let's actually talk a little bit about all the alternatives to this as well. And we can discuss the YC application. Oh yeah, I think I'm going to discuss the YC application next because I think will be really interesting for us to talk about. So sign up, it's free because you tell them what to do. But again, what a dumb thing to do. This says sign up, and this also says sign up. I like that grows, and yeah, the animation is, I think, good. But why would you have it twice? It's the same thing. Like, you should have something else. I don't know what, but like, you shouldn't have this thing twice. I don't understand why I built it that way, you know. And okay, so the reason I have my name on this is a little bit more romantic than anything. So when Steve Jobs and his friends, they built the first like Apple computers, they had their names on the motherboards, and he said that you have that because you believe so much in your product. Like, artists sign their art, right? And I was like, I stand behind this product. I built it. I want my name attached to it. You know, I want people to know that I was the one who built it. And if something goes wrong, I would be responsible, right? Obviously. So I wanted people to know that, right? And I want to take responsibility for it. The good and the bad, right? And okay, so I need to actually I think some people might have come to this objection already. So I'm going to talk about this right now. You're like, okay, but they're sharing private medical data, right? Patient data with everyone on the planet, right? Now look, I know that's the case. There's like a lot of compliances that you need to do. You need to get consent from a patient and stuff like that. Okay, so I don't have great legal understanding, right? As like, if I have issues, I'll just shut it down or comply or do something like that, right? But I was just gonna add like a clause in the terms and conditions that would basically be like, you have the consent of the patient, and that's basically the way I was gonna deal with it. But the thing is, I don't know what the laws are. I tried to read about it, okay? I tried really hard to read about it, but I couldn't find anything about what are the laws around. Let's just say that you don't disclose personally identifiable information. I think it's allowed, from what I understand. You can talk about cases if you don't disclose personally identifiable information. And if you don't disclose their name, age, and stuff like that, I guess you can talk about cases like just general patient. Maybe they're like 23, so you could say 24 or some. I don't know. Just some stuff around it. I wasn't like exactly clear. I was like, if we run into any issues, I'll shut it down. Worst case scenario. Best case scenario, I comply, and we're all good. Give me a second. So I'm trying to switch on the AC. I don't know if there's what's wrong or if there's power or not. Something's wrong, man. Yeah. So worst case scenario, I comply. Sorry, not worst case scenario, I just shut it down because that's fair to do, right? I don't want people to be angry, and especially while handling personal information, right? Dude, I'm tired. So much talking through. Let's go. I don't know. Should I play some music? Nah, that's gonna get copyrighted. I don't want to deal with that. So yeah, I talked about this page. I think we should look at all the other pages here as well. Okay, so I don't have any academic partners. The way I was gonna do academic partners was it's gonna have like a card here, basically like a card like that. You would have a photo, and you would have a little bit about the name, and then a little bit about them. Okay, so academic partners was, I did it very crudely. Actually, let me quickly open up GitHub. I'm gonna stop this for now, just a little bit, so that I can open my GitHub. I guess you can have a look at it. I don't know. I'm just gonna stop it for now. Yeah, I gotta sign in. Yeah, okay, great. I'm actually gonna show you what I was gonna make for this. So this would be in accounts, and this would be in templates, and we next go to academic partners, and Let's go to the history. Yeah, big boo-boo. Well, I guess I could just go to this. Okay, so this is what it was gonna look like. Let's have that, and let's go to this, and let's go to, where is that? Yeah, templates, academic partners, and I guess I had it here. Let's see. Okay, I guess we don't need this, then we can push this back. Yeah, by the way, I don't use Vim. I am just a normie. I use Visual Studio Code, it's just a joke. It's fine. You can use whatever you want. And okay, so this is going to be a little bit funny, but dudes, bear with me, okay? I'm gonna remove this as soon as I can, right? This is the only photo I had of a headshot of someone, okay? So bear with me. It's gonna be really cringe. I'm warning you. Cringe alert. And we do Chrome. Okay, so this is basically what it would look like. Okay, so I was just having a little bit of fun, okay? You'd have, you know, the doctor, you'd have like a purple, or I don't know, what is this color? Is it purple or violet? I think this is like a purple. So you'd have like the headshot, and then you would have a purple border around it. It would be like this oval shape. I don't know what it's called. Like, it's not strictly oval, or it's not strictly circle. I don't know. And then you would have their qualifications here, and then you would have like a small description for them, and then you would just have like cards like this. So this is what it would normally look like. I'm gonna remove this now. I don't want to have that. It looks so cringe. I don't want my face all over this. But that is the only headshot I had, right, at the times when I was testing it. So yeah, that's why it's there. Anyways, so that is what academic partners looks like. Now, ads. Okay, so ethics was really important to me. I think companies today have gotten very loose with their ethics, right? And I know that's like weird coming from a guy who just said, if we had legal trouble with the patient's information, I'm gonna deal with it. No, like I genuinely do care about all of that stuff, and I did try to read a lot about it. But I just couldn't find like an explicit statement. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can't do. I couldn't find something like that. So I was just going to start with India. I know US is much more strict. So I was just going to start with India. I was going to just figure it out what happens. It's like, you know what, let's just build, I don't know, move fast and break things, I guess. I don't know if there's like going to be any grammatical errors here, because I don't know if I wrote this in like a Word document or something like that. I think I just wrote this in my IDE directly. Is this in line? Give me a second, actually. This have this tool. So ethics, I don't know. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is like a very controversial thing. I think I would change this now, but I didn't want to redirect my users to any websites, right? But the thing is, I think I would have this now. I think it would be fine. I just run a virus total, you know, check, and then I would be like, okay, fine, you can redirect them. I think I won't have that. Obviously, illicit ads, they don't work. Ratio, and yeah. I wanted to write a good thing, right? 1 second, let me see why this is not launching. I want this tool to launch. Okay, next we have this thing, get a quote, right? I think this took me like a lot of effort to this picture and this quote, and I just didn't know what to do with this, because yeah, it was like a weird format. Like I wanted to have a long form, but I also wanted to have like an image to break it up. I wanted to be clear what this was. 1 second, mouse utilities. So I'm using Power Toys, and I forgot the shortcut for something. So Control Alt P is a helpful one, and we also need to use Control Shift this thing, Windows Shift H, and where's that one? Like the crosshair one. I can't find that. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. Let's just shift H, I guess. That is what it wants me to do, right? Come on. I don't know. Forget about it. I don't care enough. I don't know if this is in line though. Like, I think this is a little bit out of line. I really want that utility, man. I'm sorry, I'm kind of wasting your time here. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think it's fair. I shouldn't waste your time. So get a quote, right? You have your company name, you just put it, it's just a normal form. You have like a bunch of, so this is like, I didn't work a lot on this. You'd have like the email page. I don't know what email page meant. Oh yeah, we're going to send emails to people as well as like another form of marketing and monetizing the platform, because you would have your emails and we would take your permission and send you emails, like emails with good cases every single week, the top cases of that week, the cases that got the most amount of upvotes, or not upvotes, actually there's going to be like another way to do it. I'm not going to tell you, you know what, I'll tell you exactly what later on. You know what, let's do it right now, who cares? So you know how you can bookmark cases, right? So I was going to look at all the people who bookmarked or saved a case, and in the past week, and I was going to the way I did bookmarks was on a table or like a database. So I'm just going to look at, I was going to sort according to I was going to filter for the last week and then count using you know, there's like a bunch of ways you can count stuff. And then I was just going to send 5 most popular cases or 10 most popular cases. I didn't decide on a number because we never got to the point, right? So you could do that. You could have it on the home page and you could have all these other things as well. And then you could have a referral code. This is for the affiliate program that people can sign up for. Now these are preferred dates that you could add. Oh my goodness, what did I do wrong? Why is this white? Come on. Oh, God, this is, okay, I'm looking at, I have opened DevTools and I'm kind of looking through this, like, why is this white? Text, why is the text white? I don't like white text. Why is this like this? I want it to be, okay, so that's like a bug we have. Oh God, okay, let me make another Notion page for all the bugs I find. Because I'm gonna find a lot of bugs. The date picker on the ads page has white on white, right? So how many days you want to advertise for? What is your preferred start date? Let's just say 16th for now. And what is your preferred end date? I'm gonna go 31st, I guess. And then you could add all of that, and so I would have all the information. Now I was gonna do this like the do the unscalable things. I don't know what is it called. What do they say? Do things that don't scale. Yeah, I was gonna do it that way. I was just gonna be putting it manually. Actually, I think I had a system for it. Oh my God, I had a system for this. Oh yeah, I built an ad system for this. Oh my God, yeah, I did that. But I was gonna feed it manually though. Yeah, so some amount of manual work still involved, because I always put the students in front of, as there was a priority, right? It was very important to make it the experience great for students and teachers, and the advertisers not so much. I know they are the people paying the bills and stuff like that, but I just care more about the students. I don't want to call them users. Users just sounds wrong. Yeah, I really do care about the students that use the platform. So I was like, I just didn't put a lot of time into this. Obviously, you can also see this. Click to add a file. I haven't used a drag and drop thing here, or like a drop zone, right? Which is something I've used everywhere else. But this is the place where I haven't used it in Notes as well. Yeah, whatever. I've used like click to add a file. Come on, that is so lame. But I just have that, and then you have a referral code that you can add, and the referral code comes from this. You can register your affiliation, and we would just, I don't know, I just didn't think more about it. I just added the page because I was like, we need to work a little bit on how we're going to make money. So I added that, the referral, and I think it looks good. I think this looks good. And yeah, it's just very basic. Your preferred referral code, you could just add anything. I think there were like some checks that I added. I'm going to have a look at the code, so we're going to have a look at that together as well. Login, register. I added reCAPTCHA so that you couldn't just spam with a bot. Okay, so now another UI UX thing. The reason I have password and re-enter password is terrible, right? So the way Django does this is you can have like password 1, password 2 for registration, and that is just the way I have set it up. But what you ideally want is not this. This is a terrible way to do it. What you should have is basically you want to have that eye that you can open and close and see the password. You don't want to make the user put a lot of effort in, right? This is just a terrible way to do that. Yeah, I hate how this is done. Sorry, the last part at least, it's horrible. I would change that if when I was going to relaunch it. And I agree with terms and conditions. Now I got a confession to make here. There's no terms and conditions that you can go to right now because I didn't make any. I was just really focused on making the platform amazing, and I love programming, so I was just working on that. More than programming, I love building things. So I was just building, man. I was just constantly building. I didn't do the legal stuff. I should have done the legal stuff. So there's no terms and conditions. People were just like, yeah, fine. So okay, let me tell you what I was going to do about that. So the way I was going to do terms and conditions was basically I was going to, when I had like 100 users, I was going to update it. I was actually going to make and add them, and then send everyone a notification on their homepage saying, we have updated our terms and conditions. Please have a look. If you continue to use the platform, you are choosing to comply. And then you add, that I'm not a robot check. Now, I think the problem with this one is you can't like really color match it. They only give you two options. They're like either use white or black. Why? Let me do anything I want with this. But I guess that I have to do it because they're adding like a JavaScript snippet here. So yeah, I think that's the reason it's set up like that. And I guess we have explored all the pages that you can. Yeah, I think these are all the non-signing pages that you can visit. There's actually like another set, the marketplace of notes. You can share those and not be so logged in for those. But yeah, that's that. And I think this is it. Yeah. So these are all the pages. There are other like older versions of this I could share as well. Probably I don't know. And yeah, you can see like there's a constant theme of purple, and you make most things white. Yeah, this was like a battle for me, man. I just didn't know what to make purple and what to make white. So I just stuck with purple is like where I want your eyes to anchor. So I want you to anchor there. I want you to have a look at these. All the icons, I wanted them to be purple. And this like, yeah, so this, and yeah, our goals. So it's just, purple was kind of, I think I overdid it a little bit, not a lot, but I think I overdid it a little bit. I hate these sections. I think I designed these really poorly. Yeah, I don't like those. I think this is good. I think if you just have gain experience faster, I think that would look better. I could change that, honestly. Let's have a look at that. Let's see. Accounts, and then I go to landing page, and then I go to gain experience faster. Let's add that. Let's see. And then I would have to make this bigger, but yeah, I kind of like that more, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go to gain experience faster. A social platform where doctors, and then this also has the underlying thing. I don't know. I just wanted to do the CSS animation because I found it to be cool. There's like a bunch of stuff that it has that I did just because I wanted to do it. Which is not the most user-friendly thing to do, but I guess I just did that. So let's log in, right? If I remember right, I had Vardhan and yeah, so these are toasts. This looks a little bit bad because of my night shift right now, but I have like this red. Okay, yeah. Oh god, red. Okay, let me share this. So let's open up Tailwind, right? We have Tailwind open, and then let's go to colors. I don't know. I just want to go to plain colors, man. Oh yeah, I think the way you do that is just, yeah, this is just the way you have to do it. I don't know why, but that's just the way you gotta do it. Let's go to red. Oh, my bad. Go to left, red, and yeah. So I think I have this set to, let's see. So you got the odd base, and let's see what this is set to. Messages, they are set to blue accent. You know, I want red accent too. Okay, so these are not done in Tailwind, these are done in Materialize. Yeah, I was just looking at the previous searches and I'm like, why did I build that? Why did I want to do that? And then I remembered that was for my paper trading thing. And we go to colors. And colors, you have this, right? Now I've went a lot of backend. I don't know what the best thing to pick is. I had two colors, red accent 2 and red accent 4. I didn't know which one looked better, right? So I have red accent 2 on all of these toasts. So these are called toasts, right? So if you do something weird, see, this is called a toast. It will go away. What's the timing? So if you get an error, it's 10 seconds, and if you don't get an error, it's 2 seconds. So it's gonna stay up for a while. So what was the username? I think, and get rid of that because I added my address. Okay, let me quickly go back and make that note. Gotta remove slash take out page. So if you just do some random information, sorry, I'm going to go to vadmin. Then admin password is okay. I gotta have a look at all what the password, oh sorry, what the accounts are. Okay, so there's like this one thing you could do with I think it's called, you could start shell. I think that's like a thing you can do. Let me try and see if I can do that. I don't remember exactly all the commands. Python manage.py. Oh no, I need to start the thing again. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. What I always had, like, how is Vardhan not an account? What about test? How do I need to look at the database, right? So what I can do is, if I go, okay, we're gonna do it the weird way. So we're gonna do env slash scripts slash activate. No, I need to go cd dot, yeah, and then the same command, and then do cd core, and then I do python manage.py run no, I want to do shell, start shell. Is that the command? Django start shell. Oh, it's just Python manage.py shell. Shell. Okay, so we're in shell. Great. Now I need to get all the users. So we're gonna say print. I guess I could share this with you if I close this and I make this full. And I hope this doesn't reveal any information that I don't want it to. And yeah, let's quickly do this for you because I think it might be more interesting to watch this. Okay. Print, and I'm gonna do user. Wait. So first, you gotta go and get all the users, right? So let's actually go to accounts. Okay, I'm gonna share a bunch of code with you. Okay, so be nice. So we're gonna go to views here, and I need to see how I got the user thing in here. So where's the user? Where did I get user? Okay, I guess it's not there. I need to go for views, and yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff. There's like a lot of code. Let's see where the user thing is. Okay, yeah, let's do this, right? So we're gonna first of all import this into console. Yeah, we imported that, and then we're gonna do let's see, users dot. Okay, so you can get, we're gonna do a database query. For that we're gonna need to, let's just say all underscore users equal to user, I guess, user dot objects dot get, I think, or we could just do, yeah, we could get, and then just don't do any filters. That's not something you can do, I guess. Wait, what is the command? Get all, yeah, filter, and then you do something all. Is it dot all? Sorry, yeah, I told you it's been like a lot of time. I guess users dot username. Let's see if this thing even exists. Okay. Oh, so there's like a capital version there. Okay, great. We figured something out together. That was amazing. Let's go. It's been so long since I have done this. It's amazing. Let's go. So let's go and put some information in. So username Vardhan, password. That's the thing. I don't know what my password is supposed to be. Vardhan, and you could say submit. CSRF missing. Why? How did I miss CSRF on my login page? That's absurd. There's no way I don't have that on my login page. Come on. Login. So there has to be a CSRF page. It's forum. Yeah, there's a CSRF token. What's wrong, man? Hey. I don't know what happened. Login. Hey, it worked. I don't know what went wrong. I have no clue what went wrong because I know I have the CSRF there. I'm gonna go take a quick break because yeah, I need to go pee. A quick bathroom break, right? Okay, sorry for that interruption, but now it's gonna be good. Okay, we know coffee is a diuretic, right? So we are on the home page now, right? I don't know if you get the same kind of orange globe. I guess I could turn it off, and that might be better. So I'm gonna disable. Oh yeah, you can do Alt N, right? Disable it. Yeah, let's go. Shortcuts, baby. Okay, so this is the home page, right? And you can see this nice and yellow glow around something. I'm gonna explain what that is as well, and I'm gonna take you through every single thing that's on here because there's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to discuss. I think it's best I do it with looking at the code. So okay, one thing I need to do is, okay, let's quickly do this, and I'm gonna do, oh god, I need to discuss alternatives to this as well. Okay, we gotta do the accounts pages with code review, because I didn't do them with code, right? Let's see how we want to do this. Are you more interested in the code, or do you want to look more into the technology? Sorry, the other aspects, like the business aspects. I'm guessing, you know what? We've been discussing business for a long time. Let's do some programming, man. Let's go, you know. Yeah, let's get this party started, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna get my code over here. I'm gonna have that there, right? Excellent. Let's get the terminal down here. I'm gonna quit shell. I don't know the command for that. I'm just gonna try quit shell or shell exit. Exit shell. Control Q. Oh, you can't do that. What about control? I could just delete this. I just turn that off. And yeah, great. Cool. Let's look at all. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay. How do I want to do this for you? Do I go through the code, or should I discuss everything in the file structure first? What do you like? I guess we should do the file structure and stuff like that first, and then we can come to the code. Okay, I'm gonna bring my IDE up here so that I can look at the recording as well, right? Okay. Okay, let's get this party started, baby. I have to disable that, and yeah, let's get this. Okay. So accounts, what is that, right? What does that mean? Accounts. So the general philosophy when you're working on any programming stuff is you want to build like, you want to break your program up into pieces, like chunks that you could use later as well, right? So Django has this brilliant way of doing that through apps. So you can build apps like these in Django. So as you can see here, accounts, ads, cases, cores, and and notes. These are like the apps that I've broken it into, right? So if I ever wanted to add the ad network thing to another website, another thing I'm building, bam, just put that in there, done. Just a little bit of configuration, bam, done. Accounts I want to add, bam, done. So this is actually I've stolen this from my first website, and I just laid a little bit onto it because I had to add the captcha and stuff like that. But yeah, so this basically, you can just reuse a lot of code. Like that's something you should always do. And that is a philosophy I've carried through with me through all the decisions I took. I wanted to make a lot of reusable code, right? So yeah, that is why I added that. Static and static dir. Okay, so the story behind that is I got confused. I didn't know how to use media files well, and that is why there are two of those there, right? Media, the reason it's grayed out is because I have the Git extension thing on Visual Studio Code, and this is ignored. I could, okay. Yeah, so, and the core is basically like the core of what's added, and then again, these two are not added to the Git ignore thing. I'm going to talk about that, right, when I talk about Git ignore. Oh man, there's so much to talk. It's been like, it's 6 months stuff. It's 6 months worth of stuff that you want me to talk about. Come on, what are you expecting me to do? Okay, I'm enjoying this thoroughly. Look, this is gonna be a chill video, just bros hanging out, you know, or just people hanging out. So it's fine, right? Let's look at. Okay, so I'm gonna go through all of these, but before that, I want to talk about other stuff, right? I don't know what dataadmin.txt is. And I'm kind of scared to show that on the video, so I'm gonna stop that. Let's see what that is. What is dataadmin.txt? I don't know what that is. That's weird. Yeah, manage.py and stuff. Who cares? Yeah, forget about all of that stuff. Pip. No one cares about pip environment stuff. Proc file. Okay. So you see a proc file, you're like, why do you have a proc file? Because I was setting up GUnicorn, not GUnicorn, sorry, Heroku. I was trying to launch it on, just testing it on Heroku first. But again, as you know, you can't have media files on Heroku directly. You have to use S3. So I just kind of dropped Heroku there. readme for git, and obviously requirements.txt for the requirements that you need to add. I don't think this is up to date, by the way, because I kind of stopped doing the thing. And yeah, I was on Django 3.2. Come on, I thought I was on Django 3.7. What kind of, wow, why? And there's like another other bunch of stuff, and I want to see what the to do had. There's so much stuff. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my god, how am I gonna cover all of this? Yeah, I don't think I can cover all of this, so I'm just gonna forget about the to-do.md right now, because that was just a way for me to keep track. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about to-do and how I kept track of my productivity, or what was the most productive way to work. So obviously, like I told you, a good way to be productive is to work in big chunks. For me, I don't think it doesn't work when I am working in smaller chunks. It just doesn't work, right? I don't like it. I have to constantly keep switching context, and as you can see, it's like there's a lot of code and there's like a lot of moving parts. So if it just helps to have all the code in your head, right? And when then, like, I don't even know if any programmers use the Pomodoro. I'm sure there are some like really amazing programmers that use Pomodoro, and they're like, oh my god, like that's just so stupid that you don't use it. But to be honest, it just doesn't work for me. I like big chunks of uninterrupted time. That's really important, right? So I was initially just using a to-do.md for my keeping track of all the to-dos that I had to do, but then I started using Notion and a Kanban board, and dude, that changed my life. I'm legit telling you, it's so helpful to have like a Kanban. I don't know if it's a Kanban board. It's just like you have a column of what you're doing, the stuff in progress, and the stuff that's done, and I don't know, other things probably. But I just added like a bunch of stuff that I need to do, and then I started doing that, and then I started moving it to the in progress, and then it was done, and it was amazing. It helped me so much because I could, as you can probably notice, I tend to get distracted a lot really quickly. Like I just be like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's work on that. I mean, I've obviously finished the thing that I'm working on, but yeah. So I tend to get distracted really quickly when I'm working on things. I'm like, yeah, let's do that. So Kanban was really helpful for me. That was like the way I manage my to-do list. And yeah, anytime I would think of a feature, there was like obviously stuff to manage that as well, like places I would add feature lists and specs for the thing. I think I did that mostly on Notion and Discord. So yeah, I had that, and a lot of it was just in my head. I was obsessed with this, right? So like it wasn't like I was gonna forget anything. I was just always thinking about it. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about my Git experience. Obviously, I can't share everything because it's like too long, but Git, I had like a couple of weird calls from which you could learn. Like, so I think anyone getting into development, you should learn Git before you learn a lot of the other stuff, because it becomes the basis for all of your other things, right? Because you're gonna check your code into GitHub or some stuff like that, right? So it's really important for you to get good at Git. Let's see how many adventures I want to talk about. Like a few that come to mind on the top of my head. I'm sure like if I keep talking, I'll think of more. So I guess the first fiasco really happened when I didn't know how to use Gitignore properly. Like I knew it existed, but I just never bothered to use it. So a lot of the environment variables and stuff, they were in the Git thing, right? By the way, they're useless now because I shut down, and then you get new keys and stuff like that. So they're useless now. But yeah, they were there, and I freaked out. I was like, oh my god, that's so stupid. Why would I do that? Because the thing is, even if you remove them from GitHub, they're still somewhere on some backup server somewhere on the web, right? So it's never like really ungettable in a way, right? So I was really scared because I messed up, and I should not have added those to Git or any version control for that matter of fact. So you should really set up your ignore files well. So I freaked out, and I was like, okay, what do I do now? And so what I started doing was looking into what I could do to get rid of those files, and I came into this thing called filter. No, wait, what is it called? I think it's called like filter branch. I think it's called that. It's basically like a way to remove and then redo all the commits. I think, no, wait, what is it called? Yeah, I think it's called filter. Yeah, and that was like I should have just rebased the whole thing, but it definitely did happen that way. But okay, so what I did was I did filter, and I ran the command, and I don't know, I made some mistake, and the whole thing went off Git, right? And I was frantically trying to do stuff. I was just putting in commands. Now that's a bad thing to do. Okay, don't do that. Don't freak out. Go slow. Try and understand what you did. Okay, and unless you commit and you push it, nothing's happened. Okay, so chill out, right? You should really take it slow and do all the Git things properly. I did not do that, so that was stupid. So I did not do that, and I freaked out, and I was like, oh my god, all my code is gone. And it was like really disheartening because this happened around October, right? So it was like 2 months worth of code, and it was like a lot of it. And yeah, then I was just check my. Yeah, I was like, okay, shit, what have I done, right? So I was like, okay, push, and then I pulled, and then oh my god, what am I doing? I pulled. That means all my code should be gone. Thankfully, I'm really bad at Git, so I couldn't even screw up the screw up, right? No, so I screwed up the screw up, which meant that I didn't actually, I didn't actually go through with it. Yeah, I lost my train of thought because I got a call. What were we talking about? Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, Git. Don't freak out. It's fine. I thought all my code was gone, and yeah, I screwed up the screw up, which was a good thing because all my code was there on my computer, right? So the next thing I did was I made another folder. I copied all the code, I zipped it up, and I made the copy because I was like, God, I'm gonna mess up again, and I do not want this to happen again. So I made a copy. I kept it on the computer. I have a zip file from that date, right? So don't freak out. It's fine. Git is not that scary, okay? I'm gonna get better at it. Actually, that's something I'm gonna do before I learn a JavaScript framework. But yeah, get good at Git. It really pays off, and it's gonna avoid all of these things. Next time I messed up with Git, I committed a file that was larger than 500 MBs to the Git thing, and I don't know why, but I just couldn't. For some reason, that stopped all my commits. Right? It would just make it a pain to commit because I think you can't do a file larger than 500 MB on GitHub, right? That makes sense, right? So yeah, that was like I don't know what went wrong, and I don't know why I just couldn't remove it from the Git stuff that was going on, but apparently I couldn't, and yeah, that was like a lot of pain. So do your Git ignores well, and don't freak out about Git. Be patient and calm, and just chill out. You'll figure Git out, right? It's fine. It's not that scary, and it's your friend. You want to get good at it so that you don't do a lot of mess up. And yeah, okay, I'm going to talk about migration hell, but I went through migration hell for like 3 nights and 4 days because I messed up my Git stuff. And I think I'll talk about that when I talk about migration hell, right? Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm just going to have a sip of water. I'm going to give you a little bit of space as well. Just take a breather. We've been talking a lot. Yeah, let's just talk about something else for like a few minutes, because I know it's gonna be tiring otherwise. So I'm just gonna give you like a little bit of a breather for yourself and for myself as well. So let's talk about other projects I've built. Can you see the piano over there? I converted that into a working functional computer keyboard. That was fun. So I came back from my 12th midterms, and I was like really itching to write some code. Right now, I should have been writing society code, and I did write it. Okay, I did release update 0.1 or something like that after it. But I basically converted that piano into a keyboard. It's like a steno keyboard. I might make a video about that. Also, by the time, like, I don't think this website is online when I am recording this. Sorry, I don't know if it will be online when I'm posting this. It's definitely not when I'm recording. This is like one of the things I really want to get to. I want to put it online again. So yeah, there's like a bunch of projects I've done. That's one of the more interesting ones. The macro keyboard, you can find it on my GitHub. I could share that actually. Vardhan Mahajan, GitHub. No, not DocBank. I just want to go to that and yeah. Oops. Don't see that. Hey, turn your eyes, man. So as you can see, like, a lot of it was okay. Yeah, I could actually talk a little bit more about this, right? You see this? I wasn't. Yeah, this is actually a really good way to tell you what was up. So as you can see, I did a lot of programming in August and September, right? Now, this is not exactly representative because I was terrible at working with Git. So what that meant was I didn't, so yeah, what that meant was I didn't commit often with smaller things. It was more of, as soon as I complete this whole feature, excuse me, it was more like, as soon as I complete this whole feature, then only I'll push, right? Which is a terrible way to use Git, by the way. That's not how you should use Git. As soon as you complete a little bit of stuff that you think is stuff you can post, just push it. It's fine. It's good. You should write descriptive, short. Actually, not short in this. Just descriptive and succinct. Git messages. I think my messages are terrible. I just didn't know how to use Git properly. Okay? This was the first time I was using it on a proper big scale. So yeah, as you can see, I did a lot of programming in August and September, and December I had my exams, right? Till the, I think 20th or 16th or something like that. So all of November I was studying for those things, or studying basically. So I was just not allowed to do any programming during that time. I think I made like one commit at the start. And that's like, oh, that's October. So yeah, I didn't do any programming in November. I didn't push any code in November. And then I came home, and then I started, pushing code again, and then January again. Okay, so January, February, and March, I did write a lot of code here, but the thing is, these commits were like big chunks of code, right? So these were like a lot of code that I committed. So even though they look like there's not a lot of code written here, I was basically programming most days here, like probably as frequent as basically doing it every day. But yeah, so this is not an accurate representation. It's just to give you a general idea. So yeah, that's something you can talk about. Yeah, what was I doing? Yeah, I was going to show you my AHK thing. So yeah, you can come here, have a look at this, and it will give you a lot of information about all of the macro keyboards, or how to set up the macro keyboard, and the library for that. I don't know, it's nice. I've made more things for my AHK. I have a thing that basically I can press right shift and ESDF for basically arrow keys, and I also have one for macro keyboard masters, and master has like a lot of stuff as well. Yeah, I could make a video about that as well. That's interesting. Okay, let's go back to Stretcher Society, right? So we were talking a little bit about Git. So I think I explained my Git journey okay-ish. So yeah, my advice would be learn Git. Git, you can learn GitHub Hub handbooks or guides. Actually, they have like a guide section for them. I think I could, yeah, I think you can pretty much use this. It's like a bunch of books. No, not this. Is this it? No, this is not it as well. Git guide books, I guess. Let's see if that works. No, I want to see. Okay, so I can't seem to be able to find the books, but what I'll do is I'll just paste this in here, and I'll just start this again. So just read through this. I'm sure this will be more than enough for most people. I'm gonna read through it as well. I think a rebase would have been important for me to read. I should have gotten into this. See, they'll give you a warning as well, which is important. So I'm gonna go through this as well myself. I don't know. There were like guidebooks that you could read for Git, and they were on GitHub, but I'm just not able to find them right now. So let's just forget about that, right, for now. So I'll say learn Git. Learning Git will pay you dividends in the long. By the way, we crossed 2 hours, so we haven't even gone through all the code, and oh my god, it's going to be a long video. I don't even know if I have enough storage on my computer for this long a video. Anyways, let's go. So learn Git. Git is very important to learn. What else? Git ignore is important. Yeah. You know what? Let's get into some hardcore programming. Let's do this, right? So, oh god, should I do it this? Okay, I'll just do. Okay, I want to go to cases first. Yeah. Okay, new day. Actually, let's quickly change the comma settings on this. Filters. It's fine. Let's just keep it this way. Okay, new day. Okay, I gotta talk to you about something first. I've been trying to figure out a way to do this. Like I want to show you all the pages, but I tried 2 approaches, none of which I think will work. First approach I took was just going through line by line and looking at all the code and explaining it in the way, like, you know, just telling you what it does and what I was trying to do there and what was my thought process. The problem is, if I do that, it's probably going to be like a 10-hour video, like no cap. That's like literally how it would be, how long it would be, right? 10 hours is a long time, and I really don't think most people want to watch me talk about code and all the design choices I took. I'm still going to talk about all the design choices and the decisions there, but like the code patterns and stuff like that, like I don't think most people want to hear about that. There's a very small minority. This video is kind of for that minority, to be honest, but yeah, I just don't think it's a very interesting form of content. So I'm just going to talk about, like, I'm going to go through all the pages and I'm going to look at that page and I'm going to tell you what it does. I'm also going to have the code on the side so that I can see, because the thing is, not everything is visible all the time. Some things are just not visible on the page, right? Because of various reasons. Maybe there's like no content to show in that section, so it's not visible, or it's set to like not render. So yeah, I don't know what part to start again at. It's a new day, by the way, because I was like, oh my god, I don't know what to do with this. The second approach I took was more in line with what we're going to do today, but it was still not good, because I think it's going to take way too long if I do that. There's so many things for us to cover. There's so much code I could just go through, but I don't think that's the right way to do this. I don't think that's how I should approach this. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to open the page, I'm going to go through all of it, and then I'm going to look at the code. I'm going to see if I missed anything. And yeah, I don't think I'll discuss all the logic that goes behind it. Maybe it's for like the recommendation system, I'll do that. And maybe like some there's some nuance to most things. Obviously the queries are optimized and stuff, but yeah, let's actually fire up Visual Studio Code and get this thing running. So we do cd dot env /scripts /activate, and then we're going to cd core, and then we do python manage.py run server. Let's run this. Okay, so I'm telling you, there's way too many things to discuss if I just discuss this all, right? It's going to be a really long video. Maybe I can do like a live stream later on where people ask me questions if they wanna. I don't think most people will have questions about this, but I can do a Q&A stream going over specific things. By the way, when I actually cut out a lot of the part yesterday, so I think I recorded for like an hour and a half after the last cut that you saw there. But that is just not interesting for most people to watch. So I'm going to cut it out. I'm going to re-record the whole thing right now, right? And also another thing that to consider here is that because there's a cut and I'm changing context and I don't remember like everything we talked about yesterday, there's going to be like some things that I told you that I'll talk about, but I forgot to talk about, like bugs basically in the video. Normally bugs happen at like the, the boundaries, right? Or yeah, like this boundaries between things like segregations, and at the edge of the box, there's like a bug normally. So in the same way, because we're gonna have like an edge on the video that I'm gonna record, there's gonna be bugs, some things I just don't talk about, and I tell you that I'm gonna talk about them. But yeah, this it's gonna be a weird thing. I believe the server is on. Let's quickly get that started, and whoops, yeah, I have the magic corners enabled. This is not a Mac. I'm running on Windows. It's just the way it, I don't think you can see that. 1 second. Yeah, this is just a Windows thing. I like dynamic backgrounds. Sorry. Yeah, so this is just the way it looks for me. It's not Mac. Cool. So let's get back to the page, right? I'm going to explain a little bit about Django processing requests. Okay, so here's how Django does requests, right? A request comes from the web server. This is Nginx, let's just say, right? It goes through the middleware. I've done this like a bunch of times now, so I kind of know what to do. It goes through the middleware, then it goes to something called a router. Router is basically like, let's just say that you have Citizen Society /v, right? So how does it know what to serve to this person who wants to go to /v, right? So this router is the thing that manages that. And after that, you go straight, and that it tells it to go to a view. A view is basically like a function that exists or some logic that executes on the server. And then this serves the processed thing and a template. Template is basically like the HTML, basically like a web page, right? And then this web page goes back through Nginx. There's some stuff that, there's some stuff that happens here. You get the stuff that is rendered here from AWS, which is basically your media files and stuff. They come in on the way we fetch them from like AWS over here, and then they come here as well, like boop. But yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff. There's some of the files that come through here as well. And yeah, it's just, but basically this is what happens. The request comes, it goes to middleware, then it goes to routers, views, and then templates, and it goes back. So you don't need to know all of this. It's fine. You'll still understand a lot of it. I'm just explaining it so that if I talk about this anytime through the video, you know what I'm talking about, right? Perfect. So this is the home page for a logged in user. There are the home page for a non-logged in user is also there. If I have 127 log, yeah. So this would be the, if you're not logged in, this is what it would show, right? But because I'm logged in, it redirects me to this. Okay, perfect. So let's look at the home page view for this. Okay, so base. So in Django, you can have something called template inheritance, which basically means you can have like a big box. There's like a wireframe already built, and then you can put stuff into it. So like this thing with the navigation bar and the footer, this is all like pre-made, like it's on every page. So it's like the big frame, right? And then you can put stuff into it. So this is the stuff that I've put into it for the homepage. Also, this feed component, like this thing here, like that infinitely scrolls, is also a component that you can see, right? Which basically means that I don't have to make this on every single page. I can just put that component in, and bam, it works on every single page. So what we have here is, I'm going to talk about the base template first, and then I'm going to go to home, and we're going to go through everything that's there, right? Let's see. So yeah, okay, I'm sure this has been already like a long video for you. We're probably at like 150 by the time you hear this. I've been recording for a long time, but yeah, I'm gonna try and get this done today. Okay, so this is the base thing. The base thing has a navigation bar and the footer and stuff. It also has like Google Tag Manager, analytics, and there's some logic for a person who is not logged in but still viewing this. I'm importing all the libraries that I want to import. The messages, which are like the toasts that I showed you before, they're handled on the base thing as well. Defer prompt. I think this is the install button. Yeah, it doesn't work, by the way. uh, and then there's like other stuff here as well. Yeah. So it's all cool. This is some stuff for dark and light theme that's handled on the main body, and then there's a footer. So dark and light theme mostly is something like this. It's like, yeah, you can see it. It's not like anything glorious. It's just normal. You need to have that. So the reason you need to know how, okay, so light and dark theme also has another story, right? I called one of my sister's friends to see this. I mean, I called a bunch of her friends, and they were very kind to come and give their time and give me feedback. So what happened is, he told me that he likes to read on lighter UI. Now, I'm a man of darker UIs. I love dark UIs. Everything should be dark UI. I even use Audacity on dark UI, okay? So yeah, everything should be dark UI. Like if just everything should be dark UI, right? There's no point in using white or light UI. I don't like it. But he said that it was easier to read for him on a lighter UI. And I looked into it, and apparently that is true. For a bunch of people, it is actually easier to read on a lighter UI. So I had to do the tedious job of adding a lighter UI as well, which was a pain because I was doing everything with like Tailwind colors or just like some custom classes, but then I had to do light and dark theme and then make sure everything works on light and dark. There's probably some broken stuff. Like yesterday I discovered that this is broken when you click here and type. This is white text. Come on. So yeah, you got to fix that as well. So there's like a bunch of bugs or things that happen at the borders because of light and dark. But I guess this looks, this is good on light UI, but it doesn't work on dark because I messed up for some reason. And yeah, everything works on light UI as well, which is a pain to deal with. I hate working on light UI and dark UI because it's like, it's just extra work that I don't want to do. I also don't like light UI, but I still built it because you got to listen to your users. Even if you hate something, even if it's very difficult for you, the person or the student who is studying is the most important person that you're serving, right? And that's the only person you need to care about. Forget about yourself. Okay, so there was like a bug I ironed out with reported cases yesterday. It was basically doing something wrong, which means even though I'm a moderator, I didn't have access to it, and now that's fixed. And let's talk about this, right? Cool. Okay, now we can finally get to the navigation bar. Again, home, so the society, and there's a search bar, right? You can search many things. You can search usernames, collections. Collections are basically like Spotify playlists. So if you want to make a collection of all your favorite cases for, brain hemorrhages, right? You can do that. You can do that. And that would mean that you have like this good collection of cases that you can share. And you can also have it be unlisted so that not everyone has access to it, or you can make it public. You can share it with your friends, and that's like the way you can do things, right? So you can search the public collections as well. You can have a private collection as well, though. Yeah. And then there's differential diagnosis and final diagnosis. We'll get to those when I talk about that. Home. Okay. So why if you click on Sister Society, you get to home, right? Then why do you need to have a home button? Now, this is something that puzzled me as well. But the thing is, people like to have a home button. From the things that I've read about around UI, it seems like people really appreciate when there's like a home button. It's a clear indication of where you should click, and that's why you need to have a home button. Posts is basically like blog posts that either editors, which are like editors or moderators or academic partners, can write. Like these are like basically posts that would be helpful to all students, and then they can write. These are not anything extravagant, but you can write blog posts and you would see them here, right? Groups. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about groups, just on the very superficial level. So groups are important because what you can do with groups is, so the value for social medias, right? There's like there are multiple ways to calculate how valuable your platform is. There's like a bunch of ways to discuss. Okay, God, man. I completely lost my train of thought. Okay, so social media platforms have different way to get value, right? And one of the ways is the amount of connections that you can generate. So let's just say there's like a marketplace, right? There's like a direct connection between the user and the person who's buying and the person who's selling, and it's like a n squared increase in value as you add a new user. So if you add 9 users, the value is like 81x, and then when you go to 10 users, it goes 100x, right? And let's just say now with groups, it grows at 2n, 2 to the power n, right? I believe for society is somewhere between that, between n square and 2 to the power n. So 2 to the power n is a lot faster. It grows a lot faster than, so let me show that, 2 to the power n, 2 to the power n versus n squared. So the graph grows much faster. Let me show you that. Yeah, this is like, so yeah, wait a second. This is it. I don't want bigger notation. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. So look at this. This is the 2 to the power n, and this is n squared, the black one. This grows much faster. And if you want me to explain that, you can think about it like this. So again, if you go to the x thing, 2 to the power 9, which we initially had 81x, is now going to be 212x. And if you go to 10, it becomes 1024x, right? It grows much faster than n squared. And that is why it really pays off to have groups. Now groups, that is the company explanation. For me, it was very important that you should build from groups, because as students, you want to be with your friends. You want to talk to them, you want to see their cases and stuff like that. We're going to talk a lot more about the group functionality, but the philosophy behind that was you want to have a strong community on the platform. You want your students to be able to talk to each other easily, or actually, I don't have chat, but it's like you can see each other's cases and you can form communities around things. So that's really helpful. Adding a case is obviously self-explanatory, reported cases. Okay, so I'm a moderator, right? I have the role of a mod on this account. That is the version account. That's a moderator. If I'll shift to some other account to show you that they're not a moderator. But if you're a moderator, you have this new tab called the reported cases. I have a whole report system built for moderation of the platform. Now, any big platform, you need to have a good reporting system, a good moderation system. And this was the way to do it. So if you are a mod, basically you'll have this thing called a reported cases tab. And you'll see all the reports over here. We're going to generate a report later on, and I'll show you that as well. Let me open that and put that in to stuff that we want to do. Show reports, show posts, right? So I'm going to show you that. And that's for like all the moderators. And the way you report cases is pretty simple. You can just click here, it will generate a report, and it will tell the moderators that there's a report here. Okay, by the way, I want to talk a little bit about this interface. This is the wrong way to do it. You should always have the confirmation button, or basically the button that you want them to click, right? Ideally, like the positive workflow, right? Like which is a success button or post or report, that should be on the right, because that is just the way your eyes look. Now, I'm sure this would be different in countries where the prominent language is read from right to left, like Urdu. But for most people, English-speaking countries, you lead from left to right. So your eyes just generally go from left to right, which means that if you have your success button on the left side, you have to go like that and then come back to it if you want to click on that. But if you just have it straight on the right, you just go like that, boop, and then that's why this should be on the right. Now, I don't know why I built it this way, but it's pretty simple to just change the way. So you should have report on the right side and cancel on the left. I don't also know if it's okay to have report as red, because red generally means that's not the button you should click on. That should be the cancel button. But maybe I can just give cancel a border and then have report be red on the right hand side. That's, I think, a better way to do the interface. Yeah. So this is a reporting thing for cases. You can do it for multiple things. I believe you can report collections as well. You can report users. You can report nodes. So yeah, there's like multiple ways to do that. Leaderboard. Okay, leaderboard is again another page that we'll discuss more in detail. But it's just the way it looks. You have cases, followers, and group. So we'll have that as well. Subjects, there are multiple subjects that you can see. So editor's pick is just the like the picks from all the editors. So just the best cases. If you're a doctor. So okay, so the way this came into being. So I went on and talked to a doctor, and he told me that the reason that they like the magazines, right, or the journals that come is because they are picked by editors, right? These good people who know what is important and stuff. Obviously, there's some downside to that as well that we talked about, but let's just not discuss that right now. But what they liked was hand-picked good cases, and I was like, okay. At the time, I wasn't very clear on who I wanted my users to be, right? Because I didn't just define it. So what that basically meant was I was making it also for like people who had become doctors. I was like, okay, so they're probably not going to want to go for all the cases, right? And they probably want to only look at like the good cases. How do they do that? Let's make an editor's pick tab. So that is why that is there. So let's quickly, So editor's pick is basically like this page with all the picks from editors. These are like the ultimate cases. And you might be like, okay, how does an editor make a pick? If you are someone who is a moderator, you get the star icon here. This basically means that it will become an editor's pick. Also, you see this golden glow around these things? You get this glow because these are editor's picks. So if you're just scrolling randomly, you can easily see that this is an editor's pick. I did not copy this from Reddit. Definitely did not. But yeah, they have like a red glow on the dark UI. I liked it. I liked the way it was. Okay, so I made that. I think that was a good addition. And then you have like different subjects, and the cases are organized according to that. And then you have your own thing. You have a social tab. You have a bookmarks. You have your collections, read laters, your cases, your posts, your notes, your profile. You can edit your profile and you can log out as well. Now give me a second, I'm gonna come back to this. And that interruption there is precisely why I don't record, if I don't program in the morning. And we're back. Okay, so I believe I was just showing you the navigation. And the bottom is very simple. It's just me, my name. And yeah, it's just normal. You can report a user and it will take you to that. And yeah, it's just cool stuff. Okay, let's look at the page, right? So this is the home page. I'm gonna go to that page, is HTML. Okay, so the home page has multiple things, right? First of all, there's this big thing at the top, right? So this big thing, what does it, like these three things, right? Now, I'm not a big fan of this looking back, right? I think the whole point of you having a platform is to get to the user to the value instantly, as fast as possible, if not instantly, right? And this kind of delays that. You have to kind of look down, right? That's not good. That's not what you should do. So if I was to do it again, I would remove these three, even though they are kind of, good stats to have. I've uploaded 10 cases, I have 4 followers, and there's one, including me, there's one person studying. So I'm the only one on the platform right now. But yeah, so that's like, even though that's like useful information, this shows the concurrent number of users on the platform right now. But yeah, it's just not interesting in the slightest. I think you should just remove this, and it's fine. You should just have the social on the socials page. Cases uploaded is fine if you just have it there, and studying right now, it's fine if you don't have that. It's fine. Next thing, okay, let's see. Okay, after that, we have an ad over here, but there's no ad right now, so it doesn't render. So the way ads work is, if the ad is paid for, and they also have, and today is the day between the first and the last day of the ad campaign, it renders the ad automatically. Which basically means I don't have to put a lot of effort, and I just put in the ad and it works. So yeah, but there's no ad right there. Next, if there's a suggestion for the user, this will render. Right now there's a suggestion for the user, which is user alpha. Suggestions have an interesting way of working. I'll discuss that in a little bit. Then there's also collections. So you follow a lot of people, right? So I'm following some amount of people, and the cases that they have posted render over on this feed, right? You can also see all the collections that they have made over here. And by the way, this is from CSS tricks. Yeah, CSS tricks. And yeah, look at this. I tried to copy something like this. I couldn't do it well. Like, this is such a cool animation. They bought by DigitalOcean, I believe. Yeah. So yeah, I tried to make something like that. It's very basic, but it's cool, I guess. So yeah, this is the user suggestions. I'll talk about how the suggestions work. You have the query set as well. It works, sorry, not the query set, sorry, the collections as well. That works pretty similar to this. And then you have the feed, and the feed is just like a component, and then you can just click on that and it opens up. You can do multiple things after you open up. So let's just say the way you should ideally do this is you have your patient information here, and then you have the chief complaints in HIP. HIP is history of present illness or past illness. So HOPI, sorry, PI, full form. Am I streaming this? Yeah, I'm streaming this. Is it history of present illness or past illness? Yeah, present illness, right? Perfect. So yeah, we have that. We have some history of the present illness, right? So this is the medical history, like if you have had something before. And I'll tell you why we have exactly all of these fields later. And then you can read that, and this will help you do the investigation. Now, if there's any media, it will also show up over here like this. So like if you have a picture or a video or audio, I'll talk about why we have those three as well. And then you can click on like differential diagnosis. You can click on, you can't click on final diagnosis yet. I'll tell you why you can click on differential diagnosis in a little bit. You can click on learn more. You can have a look at the author's profile, and there's subjects as well, right? Basically, what we have here is there's different ways, different things that you can do with this, right? So you can either bookmark it, right? There's a bookmark. Now this will not actually, I can see the server, and this is not actually bookmarked again because I have bookmarked this case before. So it only does one bookmark per case, but you can see like it highlights. So like doesn't matter, like the user doesn't lose anything if they bookmark it twice. I can add it to watch later. Now you might be like, oh, this got blue and that just disappeared. Why? Like, why can't you just have one consistent thing? I didn't know which one people would like better, so I put one on each, and I was just going to ask people like, which one do you like better? Because this one is kind of subtle, but that one is like very obvious, like, okay, I've done that, right? The next button is this, and actually I need to have a look at this collections, and I need to see why this is not rendering properly. So okay, so for each collection there's a button. It has let's add some padding to it. Let's see if that fixes it. We'll do it on the y-axis only. I am hoping to fix it. I don't have a problem with this. It's nothing to do. I don't and just look at it. That is some kind of, yeah, that's fine. But I don't see what's wrong with this. I can do with some more space. Okay. I'm going to try margin. This text is simple. What can I do? I can give it more space. Right, so what are we going to do about this? What are the work? It's going to be more space, right? So I guess like, realize kind of wearing the let's see this thing. And next, yeah, pretty large. Okay, so there's a slide like that. So maybe I can increase the height a little bit. Let's do dash, I don't know, 8 maybe. Let's see if it works. It's like what you want to do. So using it really this. So let's do dash. Maybe dash next to and we can do dash. So I think it's not changing. That's nice. Let's see what we do with this thing. So again, back. Okay, let's see if we increase height and change stuff. Let's see if we change the height. Oh, okay. Oh, the line is 0. So let's do that, right? If you don't have that, as well. Okay, so the line is quite. Let's see if we have any line over here. I'm not. And let's click the line, right? So this one is, and we click no line, right? No underscore line. And let's quickly create, add that to the set files. I think that's right there. Wait, let's see where we're getting the thing from. So just show me, static. Okay, static. And we have CSS. Okay, so this is coming from. I don't know which static that is coming from. I'm not going to get this. Scroll down, and let's use no underscore line. Right. I don't think I have this. Just word. And we have like this. Then we go and that's it. So up and see if it's down. Please work. So you see all the arguments that go on. Oh god, it didn't work. So maybe it's not the right thing for this. Okay. This is not right from. There's other for this. Let's see if it's actually even harder. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Why should I like? I don't know. Maybe it's here. Pretty large. Can get this now. So what you do is you again and we remove this folder. Oops. So this is like the process. I'm going to this part 3. Oh god. What is that? Why not? But isn't that? So steps you do the stuff. Why? Invalid. Probably. Oh, I just do like none of that. I can see. None. And now it will work. And god. Questions. Oh, this work for logic. Okay, line height CSS. Let's see. We can't do line height, use line height normally. Let's see if that works. Let's go CSS again. Right, let's see if this works now. I wish there was a hotwire, man. That would make this so much easier. But yeah, and it works. Great. So line height normal is the way to do it. I don't even think you need the important tags. I'm just going to delete that. And yeah, it's working now. Great. So this is some of the debugging process that goes on in the background. And what this does is you can do, this is for a video version 2, right? And you can select a visibility and then you can create. And then we'll add it here. And then, oh yeah, so this changes some of the HTML here. So maybe the HTML I'm sending does not have this. Okay, I think that's the case probably. So let me quickly, okay, let me check that. Collections, right? Collections. Yep. Oh, no. So this is coming from collection. Let's see where that is. Let's see the page that this is coming from. Okay, new collection, right. So if you get a success, oh yeah, so that must be in the HTML, not in the views, right? Because that is coming from, and we go here, success or something like that. Collection button. So we run this from form Ajax successful type async function. This adds that, and then you kind of just re-render the whole thing. I don't know why the re-render won't work. Maybe you need to give it a little bit more space after this. Yeah, I'll look into it later. I'm just gonna add this to the bugs list because it's not straight up obvious why it won't look nice. Mess up. But yeah, there are like some minor visual bugs, but it all works in the backend. So as you can see that you know, the thing goes away, the highlight, and you can close this and you can go back to it, right? So collections works like that. And then finally you can pick a favorite, you can copy the link. And this thing here is from a verified doctor. What does from a verified doctor even means, right? So if it is from a verified doctor, that means that the doctor has put in their PRN or just their registration number, not a PRN, sorry, their registration number, and that shows that this is from a person who is actually a registered doctor and not just a student. And this shows that it's UG friendly. So the way I had it set up before was only students could upload cases and not doctors. Only doctors could upload cases and not students. But as I understood that the people who will be using my platform would be students, I removed that restriction and now everyone could, but I still wanted doctors to have that extra, respect in a way, or just the extra authenticity, just extra value, because they are doctors, right? So the cases that they see will have more weight than a student will see. And that's why that is there. Let's look at, let me see if there's more code on this thing that I need to view. So yeah, this thing is asynchronous, so it's like it works like an SPA using Ajax there. And yeah, there's infinite scroll on the feed. Obviously there's a carousel for the media. I don't know if I'll be able to show you that because I'll have to upload stuff, but yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff going on. And I think this is pretty much it. You can follow people, yeah, so that works like that. That changes the color and stuff, so that's good. Okay, so I think we are done with the home page on the face. I guess there's like probably more things that I haven't talked about, and I probably won't get to most things, right? So let's go to let's open up a bunch of tabs and let's go through all of them. So we have socials, bookmarks, collections, read laters, my cases, posts, notes, profile, edit profile, and I'm not going to click on logout. Okay, so the way followers and stuff works is pretty interesting, I'm going to say. Okay, So the way this works is basically instead of, so I have my own decorator that basically what it does is it's a template tag, and you can add it to any person's name. And what it will do is if it will check if the person's name is someone you're following, it will have a red button, right? But the thing is, if you have like a lot of people you're following and a lot of people that are following you, this will be a really, really messy thing, right? So the way that I have done this is actually a little different. Actually, no, I need to go through the home views again. Okay, let's do the home view first and then we'll come back to this, right? So on the home page, there's some stuff that we can talk about, right? So let's see. Okay, so the way we do the recommendations for the follower system is it looks at all the followers you have and it generates a list of all the people that they follow, and it gets that amount, and then it removes all the people that you're already following from that list. And on the for the final list, we append 15 people to that list. Let's just say that you're, it's a little bit more complex because there's a lot of logic that goes into it. Let's just say that there's no one that is there, right? Okay. So let's quickly get a whiteboard and I'll explain it well. I was just trying to understand it myself. And now I can explain it to you. So you are this person that is following some people, right? And those some people are following some other people, right? Let's just say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, some people, right? And there's like a bunch of lines to all of these things. So this person is following this person, and this person. This person is following this person, and this person. And this dude is following that, and that. Okay. So the way the recommendation system works, it will look at all these people, like the set of people, right? The people that you are following and the people that they are following. Now I know it's a little bit recursive, so it's very intensive, but it's fine. It's just a good way to do recommendations, like a crude way to do recommendations, I guess. So it won't show you this, but it will show you this dot because at least two people are, the people that you follow are following this person. This dot also has 3 people following, so it will also show this. This one only has 1 person. This one only has 1 person. So yeah, so only these 2 people would be recommended things. So only these 2 will be recommended, right? Now say there's a case where no one, there isn't a person that has 2 people at least following it. In that case, we'll move to this priority. So we will just shift to recommending this person, this person, and this person. I guess this is to this dot, and so yeah, like you will have people with single connections, and in and it would loop to 15 people, and after 15 it will stop because otherwise it can get way too long. And this is randomized a little bit when you're doing this thing. So if there are like more than 15, it will just pick 15, the first 15 that it sees. And okay, so there's another nuance to it. Okay, so the way the recommendation system works, so you come to, like, let's just say you make a new account, right? So you have your 3 boxes over here and you have the recommendation, but you don't have any recommendations because you're not following anyone. So if it is the first day that you have made your account, it will just recommend you the people on the leaderboard so that you have some people to follow and populate your feed with, right? So that is how that works. So yeah, that is the recommendation system for that, and I guess that is pretty much it. Then we have some stuff for infinite scroll, but that's pretty much all there is to that one. Now let's look at the following page. Yeah, so the follow page has more stuff as well. So this is the social page. Let me quickly find that. Yeah, so it also gives a list of all the people that you follow, and it gives them an unfollow button. And if you're not following, if you're not in the list, it keeps it the follow button. And there's just a quick toggle that I made using some JavaScript, and you can go to their accounts, you can have a look at their accounts on profiles and stuff like that. And yeah, you can just see who's following you, and you can follow them and you can unfollow them. See, it also moves it from over here. You can unfollow them and stuff like that. It's just a bunch of things you could do, I guess. And yeah, I don't know what that was. I think that was a bug. I don't know. We'll see later on. So that is the social page done pretty much. It's just very simple. It's not something extravagant. Next we have bookmarked. So bookmarked is, wait, this is kind of broken. Oh, I'm just covering so many bugs, but it's like, yeah, there's so much that goes into it. So you can remove a case and it will remove the case from this. Well, there's an error for that as well. Oh my God, there's so many errors. I don't know why. Let me check this out. And that works now. Great. I did a little bit of a mess up, so yeah, then I fixed it. This was some integration problem, I guess. Let me see if there's any other issue there. Yeah, there's another issue over here. Now I guess it should all work well. Great. So you see how that works as well, right? Again, we have light and dark UI on this. This is like basically the feed thing that I'm using, and I'm just repurposing that feed component with a different query set, and that is how that works. Let's go to, okay, let's see if there's any nuance to this. I'm guessing there's not, because it's just a simple saves page. You can remove your saves and you can add saves, and it's pretty basic, I guess. Also, wait, did I close? Okay, so my collections is next. So you have a collections page, you can edit the name and stuff, you know, you can be like, okay, I want this to be 3, and then you can submit and it will save it. And why didn't that save? It says 3 here. Oh my goodness, what's wrong? Oh yeah. Oh, because we're going, because I was just going back to it, that's why I didn't change. It needs to refresh the page. It's working. It's working, guys. The code isn't broken. It's just a little bit of a visual bug, I guess. So yeah, it's fine. It's actually working. When you refresh, it refetches. So this just shows the thing that you have. Okay, let me quickly go and make something unlisted, I guess, and I'll submit it and refresh the page because that's the way it should be. And okay, so that will show you that this is actually an unlisted one, and you'll have a private one as well. So you can go to your collections, you can delete your collections, obviously. So this collection is just these cases. Again, you have a feed. You can report the collection and you can share the collection as well with your friends if you wanna. You can also filter UG friendly cases only on this feed as well. So that's like, okay, you get the idea, right? They are collections. It's nothing special. It's just a very normal thing to have. And you can remove case from your collection as well, and that removes it from the collection. It's just some basic JavaScript animation of fade. Read later, and the reason read later and save are different is because you might go to a case and be like, okay, I want to read this later. I don't want to save it, but I want to have a look. It's interesting. And this is kind of broken again on this page. Or it's not that difficult to fix. You can bookmark from this page again as well. And I think I have something broken on this page as well, but I can fix that really quickly. So read later, and we have somewhere along the case. Yeah, so we need case here. Need 2 cases here, right? And there's more. Oh my goodness, I remove this well. I remove this well. And well, remove one more thing. And now that bug is fixed well. So we're kind of like bug hunters right now. We're going through so many bugs, but yeah, this is good. I'm polishing the platform up. That's nice. Okay, cool. So now this should be working. I believe if I refresh this, it's not going to be removed. Yeah. Yeah, remove, and that removes it, and now it won't be in your read later. Okay, that works now. Great. There's some amount of debugging you always do when you're testing out features. Your cases, you can just look at the cases that you have uploaded. You can do a bunch of stuff. You can update and delete from here. That's why you have this page. You know, you can put images and stuff, and on here we'll look at this page as well in a little bit. I mean, this is basic. I don't know if I really want to go through this in detail. It's very normal. If you have any images, you can also remove them over here. They will show up. You can cancel them and it will remove them. And then you can add more images or files or anything you have to this. And then you can be like update, yeah. And then it will take you to your home page again. You can delete things as well. We clicked on remove page. That basically prompts like a delete. So So when I was learning this, I didn't know that you should just have a pop-up and do it that way. Also, I'm using class-based views for deletion. That's why it prompts you to like this different page. But if I had to do it again, I would have delete on the same page, which I have done before, like on other things. You can delete posts as well. And posts are basically like the blog posts that you have written. You can just add a simple one here, something nice, the body, and then you can post, right? And this has the right format. I think home should be a little bit less emphasized. The post should be the only one with emphasis. So that's a little bit of a bad UI decision there. You can also see the notes that you have uploaded and the purchases that you have made and the bundles that you have created. So yeah, this was the last thing I did. So I was testing a bunch of it out. Let's have a look at the notes page, right? Actually, should I go through? Yeah, let's go through the notes page. You can add this to the collections again, the same thing. And this is nicely formatted, I guess. So that's nice. You can view your notes, and there's other stuff. This is like the page for buying it. And yeah, you can look at like the subject specific notes as well. Look at that. All these are biochemistry notes. This is a free node, and you can see the ratings that they have gotten and published and the reviews. This is like the notes page. You'd see like the thumbnail on the right side normally. This is added to the notes. So this is in the notes. Again, see, I have added this to the notes. So that's just because I wanted to develop fast. I didn't want to add and go through the whole hassle of adding something again. Let me quickly add some form of image to it so that we can see, like, let's go to pictures and let's add, yeah, this one, publish. So what this will now do, this will update it. And if I go back to my notes and, okay, wait, let's go back to this particular note, right? So yeah, you can see there's like an image added to that. So this is number 7. So if I go to my notes and I see the number with 7 on it, 7, where is 7? Yeah, 7. And if I go to shop, now you will see the thumbnail on the left as well, right? So you can have stuff like that as well. Next, what is the next? Yeah, this is a profile. This is my profile. These are the groups that I'm a part of, and you can see the groups that I'm a part of. And what you can also do is then you can join the groups that I have joined, and because I'm already a part of these groups, I'm being prompted to leave, and I can join them as well. These are the collections that I have made. Again, it will have this kind of a scroll bar, and these are like bad looking because you ideally want them to have like pictures. Where's 7th? 7th will have like a picture. Oh god, why isn't this showing a picture? I don't know. Again, another bug. But yeah, you can see like my uploads, the cases that I've uploaded, and you can see the people I'm following, and you can go and follow them as well easily. You can filter to only UG friendly cases, right? Like that. And yeah, see, there's like an image, but it's not running because probably I deleted it from the file. And if you do non-UG friendly, see, this case is not UG friendly, so this wasn't showing up, but this before, but now it is because we have removed the filter of only UG friendly. This cap signifies that it's a UG friendly case, right? You can view my note shop. So my note shop is basically it's like a marketplace. Also, it's like a page for all the notes that I am selling. See, like that. And these are like the notes, the cost, and like this is the description, this is the headline, but I just put them, yeah, something like that, right? You'd see. And you'll also have like an image if you uploaded that, and you can see the bundles that I have made. So this bundle has these things, and it is taking me to this page. Only I see it. If I'm some other user who is not the owner of this bundle, you won't see the remove notes. But if I want to remove it, I can, and that removes it from the notes, and you can share it. And the thing about this one is, I believe even if you do this, no, you're prompted to log in. No, so I think the shop view, the note shop, this is something you can share directly without even being logged in. So if so that I don't have to be logged in for anyone to see this. And again, you see the top bar changes and stuff like that. The footer also changes a bit, but this renders now, and you don't have to be logged in. But if you try and view somebody, you're being prompted to log in, right? So that works well, I guess. I wanted to have an ability. I wanted to give the users the ability to share their bundle, share their shop without actually having someone be logged in. And you can change user info as well. So yeah, you can change my username, and you can change the email. and yeah, you can change that, and that works well, I guess. It's like a very basic page. It's fine. So now I'm back to my user profile, right? So okay, I guess the images are now being processed. Oh yeah, so the reason that this didn't render before was because I opened this page before updating the information, so the image didn't come through. But now that the image has come through, you can see that it renders here as well, right? And I guess you just have to do it this way, because I have to give it space. I can't just have like others, like I have a lower bar, like the window be smaller for them and then not for this, and then you change it. That's going to be a little bit more messy. So yeah, I guess I have it this way. And if you are verified, you can add your verification number and hospital address to this stuff as well. And you see this edit button. This is the only way you can get to editing these. So if I click on edit, if I click on this link, it will prompt me to edit this easily. And if I go back to it, actually, you can edit your verification number as well. Another way you can do that, so that's basically the way it's done. You can view my shop, you can see the people I'm following, you can see my followers, and if you're viewing someone else's page, you also get a prompt for there to follow them. Now there's also like a badge system. So early helper was basically designated for like these, I don't know, 6 or 7 people who are my sister's friends that came and helped me with the platform. They were the only people who were going to get this badge as my way of thanking them for their hour, right? Early adopter is for the first 100 people that use the platform, and then you have basically the badges for 10 cases. And let me just quickly look at the profile thing, and that will show me the other badges that I have. I don't remember exactly all the badges that we have over here, so let's look at that. Profile. Now badges are a way to gamify the system. You need to make it interesting, and badges are also like, this whole thing about badges is like, yeah, I've done this, and you can easily see that, right? So let's see. So we have, okay, I think going through views will be easier instead of viewing the template. Let's see profile. Bam. Yeah, so you see the corrections and stuff. Oh my god, take me up. So I think I showed you, yeah, basically. So if you have uploaded more than 10 cases, 25 cases, there's a badge, 50 cases, there's a badge, 100 cases, there's a badge, and 200 cases, there's a badge, right? So 200 is basically like a lot of cases. If you upload one a day, that's like still a lot. If you do some wrong username, it's going to get you to a 404. It prefetches all the cases so that the queries are optimized. Active session. I don't know why this is here. I don't think you need this. Yeah, I think you should remove that. That's like not even important. I don't guess that's going to be used. Wait, why is that used? I don't know. That should just not be there. I don't see why there's like people that are actively using this right now. I should just remove that. Yeah. See, another bug we fixed. Good job, us. And yeah, so you have one for all of that, and then you have early adopter and early helper, and you also have things for followers. So there's 100 followers, 250, 500, 1000, and 2000. I don't know if anyone will ever get more than 2000 followers. I mean, the people don't even use the platform, so it's not possible to get more than 2000 followers right now. And yeah, after that you have early adopter, early helper, verification, hospital address, and following. It also shares the groups. Yeah, okay, I've showed you that. The notes that I have and my uploads, right? These are the cases that I've uploaded. You can have a look at them. They're here. And because I'm a moderator, I can also do this. And because I am the person who's the owner of the page, I also get update and delete on this. Other people won't see this, by the way. And yeah, it just works well and stuff. Let's see, what else do I have to go to? Now I believe that's done. Let's look at editor's picks and just look at a normal thing with like a subject. So editor's pick is basically like these top cases that people have submitted, right? And yeah, you should still see the button here, but that's fine. Like just like a small minor visual thing. I can just change that and that's fine. But yeah, it's just like a page of editor's picks. These are like the top cases that you would see, right? Medicine, these are like subject specific, as you can see, like the subject is medicine. And yeah, I guess I should just remove this if there's no, I think I have that on other things. If there's no learn more, it removes it from the feed. Let me see. Feed. I'm going to use Shift P. I don't want that. Sorry. oops, cancel. Let me go to this, go Shift P, or is it Control P? Yeah, I want to go to feed HTML. I'm sitting at a weird angle, okay? I normally sit like this, but I have to kind of look at the screen as well. So let's see, well, no, editor's pick, I guess. So, oh yeah. And okay, so what I'm doing right now is if the requester user has the group moderator, it shows this. I can also just add a check so that the URL is not this. No, wait, this should be fine. It should not show up on the editor's pick page, I guess. So I can just add that. It's fine. Not a big deal at all. Very easy to do. Next, we'll look at, so all these pages are just the same. So it's just an easy way for you to go through all the subjects. Next, we have the leaderboard page. Let's talk about leaderboard. So leaderboard, you can see up to, I guess, 10 people on the leaderboard. Let me have a look at that. So if you go to views again, we have leaderboard. Why isn't this working well? Yeah. Leaderboard view. Let's see how many people we are actually showing. Oh, I don't do it in views. I do the leaderboard system with my models. I don't do it in the view thing. I have like a function. This was just because I was exploring that aspect of it. So I have, yeah, the leaderboard, and it gets 15 people, right? So it returns a query set of the first 15 people that are ordered by the most cases. This is done in like the several objects or values user. So you get the author's username, then you annotate the post and you order them by minus posts. And yeah, the first 15 are the people that you get. I believe that is same for everything. So actually, I'm going to talk to you about something, just some decision about this. So you can go to these things and you can have a look. Now these are also responsive. So on the phone, they format like horizontally instead of vertically. And you have the followers leaderboard. These are like the people with most followers. And then you have the group leaderboard, which is like the biggest groups that you have on the platform, right? Now I want to share some stuff with you. Cases and follower leaderboard, these are terribly done. Let me tell you why. So when you're doing leaderboards, I read this post on Hacker News recently. Hacker News is this website. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. So Hacker News is this brilliant website that you can go to and look at people who are really smart and talk about really smart stuff. And there was this one person. Wait, I don't even think that rendered because I opened another page. So Hacker News is this like a really, really good website for nerdy stuff that I'm really into, honestly. So yeah, you can go there, and there was this person was in the game design industry, and they talked about how we should do leaderboards. So that tells me that the way that I have done this is really, really dumb. So you shouldn't compare to absolute. Like when I'm playing football with my friends, I don't care how good Cristiano Ronaldo is or Messi is. I just care about how good I am versus the people I'm playing against, right? So what this should be doing is not actually showing you a global leaderboard. It should be showing you the leaderboard of people who are your friends. Or the way I was going to do friends was, so I thought of it leader, but if I had to do it, I would see the people that you are following and the people that follow you back out of that, right? So that way you only have people who mutually follow each other, and then you see their leaderboard, because it doesn't make sense to see the leaderboard of like the most followed person like that. Like who cares, right? So I think that is how I was going to do friends if I had to do it again. And again, you could have the same thing for your friends. You can have the leaderboard for followers and cases, but I think it would make sense for you to be only between you and other people that you follow, and the people that follow you back. That way they are your friends, right? That is the right way to do leaderboards. This is the wrong way. This is like a global leaderboard of the top 15, and no one cares about the top 15. Okay, this is stupid, right? Already show you reported. Let's create a report. Let's show you the report reporting system, right? So let's create a report. This is a test report. Report, and let's quickly report that. And now when we go to reported cases, we're going to see a report. Yeah. And then as a moderator, what I can do is I can go to update, and then I can be like, oh, this is all good now. Oh my God, this is not supposed to be user friendly because this is really difficult, I guess. Right? And then you can be like, bam, update. and this will update the case. So as you can see, the report closes, there's no more report, the case has been updated, so it's no longer UG friendly. The gap has been removed, right? So if I go to UG friendly cases only, that case goes away, right? The filter is working great. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of a breather. Should we look at the add case workflow? Yeah, let's do that. So the add case, right? Let's go to that. You click on add case. As I was trying to make something that would help us get to 100 cases at least on the platform, right? So I added this. This is like a global progress bar of all the cases that have been uploaded. So on this test server, I have 15 cases, which means that I was just trying to get people to be, happy about getting to 100 cases. So that is why this progress bar is here. It didn't work in the end. No one posted any cases apart from me on the platform, which was really, really sad for me to watch. But yeah. So I initially had my pick a case thing at the bottom, but I talked to some people and they said move it on the top. They like that better. So I did that. You can pick that. And the reason that this is so well organized and there are so many fields is not for me, because I don't care, right? I can just have like one big one with 10,000 words and you can just go out there. But the thing is, you want to have a systematic way to upload cases, right? And this gives you a format, like so that you don't forget something, right? And the way that I did this was I read this book that my sister has. It's called Bedside Medicine, something like that. And I just went through the introduction, and these were the things that they had, right? And I mean, to a non-doctor, to someone who's not a doctor, this basically does not make sense. But believe me, these make a lot of sense. So they have like a 2000 character limit. 2000 is enough, I guess. And that is why remember I talked to you about how Materialized has a character counter. This is it. This is why I told you it's important. Like, so in Django, when you're making, you can set a limit to the number of characters that a string can have. So it's like a big text field. I don't know. It's just a text field, a char field, right? And this is the reason that I have that here. So if you type some stuff here, you'll get that. This is not rendering. So that's amazing. Yeah, so maybe like a small visual bug there. It's a big website, okay? It's going to have some bugs. It's fine. I'm going to fix them as I see them, right? It's not that difficult. So the reason that I ask you to separate this by commas is because if you go to anything, basically you can search differential diagnosis, right? Yeah, so the query had only 3 cases. So let's find something with a bigger differential diagnosis. Yeah. So what this will do is okay, let me tell you why I had this. That will help you a lot. So one of my friends, sister's friends came over and she was like, you know what you should do? If there's like a differential diagnosis, you should be able to click on it and see all the other cases that have that differential diagnosis or that as a final diagnosis. I was like, that's a good idea, because the thing is, you see something and you're like, oh, why is it not that? What is the difference between that case and some other case, right? So that is why you can easily search. You can just click on that. It will take you to search and it will bam, search that case up for you. And this way you can see all the cases with that differential diagnosis, right? That is the reason I have that. I think that was a fantastic idea. She's brilliant for suggesting that. I'm going to talk about the search page as well. Give me a little bit of, okay, let's go back. Let's go to the search page. Search page has these filters that you can use. You can do either, you can remove all the users, you can do that. And it seems a little bit broken right now. So I'm going to have a look at that. Search page. Let's see if I search version, what happens, right? If I search version, you see my notes, right? So I want to remove all the notes, right? So if I remove notes, oh yeah, it does work. I don't know why I was like, oh, it doesn't work. It does work. There was just not anything to filter there. I don't want to see the users, so just remove all the users. Or let's see if I want to see the users. By the way, this is like the verified check mark again. Let's say I don't want to look at the collections. I just want to go to the cases, right? So I remove all these filters and it takes me to that. Groups is just basically, I guess it's like things that I'm a part of. It shows that. And I guess. Yeah. So I'm part of this influencers group. So I have that. We look at the group views as well. There's so much to discuss. Oh my god. Like, I'm not even going into every nuance, right? I'm not looking at all the code on my views, because there's probably a lot of logic that goes under it that I don't even remember that I added because it's been so long. Yeah, subject view is ordered by question mark. Let's see what that is. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Just order the cases randomly for every subject. They're not chronological, just because so you can filter the nodes out. The reason that it's done like that is for pictures. So if you go to 7, it would make sense. Yeah, so it's like that. I think it's pretty terrible looking. I guess I should fix that. I'm not gonna right now, but yeah, it's like you can see someone's verified. It's because they have the check mark next to them. And you can go to the page, and you see he's an early helper and early adopter because under 100. And again, the same thing. It's not following anyone. He's part of this group. I'm part of it, so I also get the leave prompt. If I leave it here, when I go to this thing, it's not going to show influences, I believe. Let's remove all the notes. And I don't know why it's showing that. Oh, because version 1 is still a part of them. Right. Makes sense, right? Or maybe it's because the group follows me. Or let me see how the search is done there, right? Because I don't remember exactly what is happening. I believe if I look at it, I'll know. Yeah. So let's see how it's doing the search for the groups. Okay, so for groups, if the creator name contains the query, or if it if the name or the creator's name is the search query, it will actually show that, right? Okay, so that's how it's done. And it also does not show anything that is not public. So you got to remove some of those things. And the way that I'm doing this is not using Elasticsearch actually. The way I'm doing search right now is just using the Q queries with some iContains for Django. There are some packages that are really awesome if you're working with Django. I think Watson is a good one. It's very quick to implement, but it's not as good as Elasticsearch, which is also another package that you can install for Django. And then you can add search to, I think it will index it as well and will do everything for you. So look into that if you're working with Django and want to do that. So I'm going to join this thing again. Again, you can see the people that are here. You can follow them and follow them. Okay, there's like a nuance that we'll do something with groups. That's going to be really fun. You can invite a friend so that just shares the link. And yeah, it's like a fun thing. And you can see these are the cases of all the people who are in the group right over here. So the reasoning behind adding groups was, I told you that, but the reason we have this is because, let's just say there are 200 people in your college batch, right? And you want to follow every single one of them. That's going to mess up your feed a lot. Like, that's going to be messy, right? So what you can do is you can just have a college group for your batch, and you can add like whatever 200 people to that group, and you can see everyone's cases that people are posting, but you don't have to necessarily follow them. So that has two benefits. It keeps your feed clear, so that you don't have to follow everyone, and there's a chance that you might not want to see the post by this one person, right? So you can just join the group and then you can see them, but you don't have to follow them and not have them on your home feed. Another thing is, let's say there's like this new person that joins. There are 110 people who have already been added, and then the 200th person joins. It would be really tedious for them, even with the recommendation system, to go through and follow all the 200 people. If you have groups, you can just come to the group and you can just follow, or you can just join the group and you don't have to follow everyone, and it works well, right? That is the reason we have that. You can also follow maestros in groups. I'll show you what that is. That's a really interesting feature according to me. That took a lot of effort. It was so much pain to add that, but I was just like, you know what? I got this. I'm going to do this. So that is the way groups work. Okay, so I'm going to go V's group, right? So V's group is something you'll see here. Okay, so let's do this, right? So because I am the creator of the group, I can do what are called maestros, right? I don't know if that is the right way to spell that. I don't know, I couldn't think of a name. So let's just say that there's this really good professor that you have in your college, right? You want to see their cases in your group view as well. But the thing is, okay, let's forget the professor. Let's say there's like this YouTuber, a medical YouTuber, like let's say the Bone Teacher, and he posts fantastic cases to the platform, right? But and you want to see his cases in your group, but you don't necessarily want to, he shouldn't have to join 100 groups for people to see his cases in their groups. And that is why the add maestro or thing exists. I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I could have just done mentor or teacher, something like that, but I don't know what the right name for this is. Okay, so what you can do is you can just do that, and then you can search a person's name, and then it will look through and it will find all the versions, and you can follow versions as a group. So now what you'll see is, if I have to refresh the page, I guess I didn't make it updating. So now the group as like a whole follows cases by version. So as you can see, even okay, wait, so version is already a participant. Let's do user alpha, right? Let's see. Yeah, so you see user alpha comes up here. Now the group follows user alpha. If I reload the page, what will now happen is we'll also see cases from user alpha, right? So let's see what case might be uploaded by user alpha. I think this one might be. Yeah, so you see user alpha is not a member of the group. You can see it's not a participant, but we can still see its cases because it's added as a maestro, right? You can see user alpha right there. So this is a case by user alpha. Perfect. So you see how groups work now. You can see the collections of people who are a part of the group as well. And these are the public collections. These are not the unlisted or the private ones. Again, stuff like that. I chose to do it this way instead of a different page because it's just easier to access. You can create a group as well. Let's just say I want to create a group, GMC, GMCE group 1, I guess. And it's not public. And I'm going to create, and it's going to create a group. And now we have created a group. So yeah. And now people can join it. Simple as that. So I'm a member, I'm a participant. That's why you can see my cases already. And you can add maestros, and these are my collections. Sorry, so yeah, you can see them as well. If I leave the group, I don't know what happens if I leave the group. I did not think of that. Let's see. I don't think it disbands the group. Wait, it did. Oh yeah, it does kill the group. Good job. Good job, past me. I think I figured it out. Great. Oh wait, it might not. It just might remove me from it. GMC group. No, I don't want. I have this script that I have this AHK script that does this. Actually, I'm going to switch to light mode so that you can see it easier. So GMC. Don't. No. AHK. Don't do this. Right. I'm going to move that, and then yeah. GNC group. Let's see. I hope that yeah. So the group still exists, but because I left it, I was not a participant, and now I'm a participant again. And as you can see, upload should be looking better on this one. I messed up a little bit. I think I didn't change this. These should look blacker, right? Like this color. It should look better. But yeah, I mean, there are small visual bugs all over the place because it's like a big platform and it's a lot to manage for a person. But yeah, you have that, and then you have posts. Let's create a post, right? Let's create a post. Let's make a post together. Oh man, let's make a post. Some things. Actually, let's make it something. How to deal with the first year or JR1 ship, right? How to deal with, yeah, let's just do that. And you got this. And then it will, if I just post this, it's gonna show up in the posts, as you'll see right here. Then you can expand it, and this is a little bit broken as well. Oh my goodness. But you see how it works, right? And yeah, I know you have to spend like a bunch of time ironing out all the bugs and stuff, but that's how it works. So you'd see like a list of all the posts, and then you can click on them and expand them and read them. Okay, let's do. Okay, so you can't see the verification thing because this user is already verified. So I'm going to log out a little. I'm going to go to user alpha's account. I don't know what the password is. Password, I believe, is this. Oh no. Okay, so there's like a bit another quality of life change that I can do here. I think it shouldn't reset your password your username every time you the page goes wrong. Oh, yeah, so this is the right password, I guess. So let's see if the user alpha is verified as well. Let's see if new account is verified. Not verified. Yeah, let's go to new account and sign in using this account. So I'll show you what I mean by getting verified, right? So new account, and the password I believe is pretty much the same for all the yeah. Okay, so this is a new account, and what you can do is you can go verify your account, right? So you can change your username as well. So let's just say your username was Shadow Slayer 365, right? But now you got your registration number, and you want people to know that you're actually a doctor, and change your name. But the more important reason why this exists is because you might want to change your name to Doctor XYZ, right? If your name was just XYZ, but you just got your registration number, and you're like, you know what, I got this. Now I'm a doctor, and I wanted you to be able to celebrate that easily. That's why I kind of prompt you to put a new username in, so you can become Doctor New Account as you get your registration number. And 42, I mean, that's just a reference to something. But what was it? 42 or 40? Yeah, just 42. Jackers Guide to Galaxy. If you know what that is, you know what that is. And you can put a registration number. It can be alphanumeric. And the way I was going to actually verify that was through checking it from the government API. But I don't think there's a government API. At least I couldn't find it. So I just have it here. And if someone files, if someone does some wrong registration, I guess it's on them. And you can verify it, and then you can become a verified user. But I don't have a verification thing here, so I didn't get verified, right? Anything else? So you see there's no tab here for reported cases because this person is not a moderator, right? And if I unfollow people, it's gonna be empty right now. So let's go to social. Social is over here. If I go to social and I just follow, bam, 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 I just unfollow all of these people. And now if I go back, oops, I think I followed someone at the end. Yeah, unfollow. And now what you can see is bam, look at this. Now I don't see any cases. And now what you could do is you can go to the leaderboard and you can see, okay, so this person has 10 cases uploaded. Good for him. This person 1 has the most amount of followers. Let's go follow him. Right, and you can go and follow these people. You can have a look at their node shop, and you can look at their profile. You can see the badges that they have and the verification number and then hospital addresses. You can add the hospital address once you get verified, because yeah, if you don't have, like, this person can't do it. I mean, this person can because they're verified right now. Wait 1 second, are they verified? Yeah, they are verified. No, new account isn't. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so if you're on your account and you see your profile, then you can click on it to edit it. Otherwise, if there's just some random person, they don't see that option to change your hospital address, obviously. So yeah, there was just another incentive for doctors to hop on. They could post cases and they could get like a lot of press, or at least some amount of publicity for their hospitals. Let's quickly see. Okay, it's been an hour. I think we're doing great on time. I think not getting into all the like nitty-gritty and every single thing that I have added is a good choice, because I think we'll be able to get this done in 2 hours, I believe. So let's see all the all the pages that I have here, and I can just see them. Oh yeah, I didn't actually show you another page. Let's see. So let's add a case together, shall we? Case confirm, case, yeah, corrections. Okay, cool. So let's select a subject. Surgery. Oh, I don't know why that is black. That should be white. I think some of that got broken. Wait, do I have internet? Oh, okay, so the internet ran out. Sorry, I got disconnected from the internet. That's why it's all weird. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix it, and we're gonna continue from this point. Okay, fixed the internet, and now this should be working well again. Okay, so as I was fixing it, I just thought of some points to talk to you about. One thing that I need to talk to you about is, so you see all these grayish and basically the wrong shade of color. That's an artifact from it making some error in the light and dark UI switch. So that is the reason that's there. Like, And the second thing is, so I would say most of them, like probably 80% of the visual glitches that you see are because of light and dark mode, because it's just a very tedious thing to do. You have to make a change, you have to make sure that it's working fine on all the pages, on all the pop-ups and everything. So it takes like a long time. Yeah, so it's like a lot of effort to work on that, but I miss some things. Okay, it's like I can't go through and review all the things. Oh, talking about reviewing all the things and going through everything, I haven't done any tests. Okay, I do not know what tests were, so yeah, the QA on the thing is gonna be horrible if I make any errors. And as you saw, like with the bookmarks thing, that would have not gotten through the test. And I did not know, man. I just did not know that you should write a lot of tests. But after the fact, I got to know. And to be honest, even if I did know about it, I am not so sure that I would have written a lot of tests. As I told you, I like to work on things that are like new, and I get to learn something new. And I just don't like tedious things like, you know, changing the doing light and dark mode. But I do it. So I think I would have written some tests which are important. But unless you have like 100% coverage, I guess it's like not great if you don't have that. So yeah, I haven't written any tests. I know it's bad. I'm reading obeying the testing code right now, because I guess that's like my way of making up for not writing any tests for this. Let's add a case together. It also gives you like some prompts. So you see, like this is the reason. Like see, history, past, family, personal, and social. So if your family has like is diabetic, or they have a history of heart disease, you can add that, and I think that's like going to be useful and stuff like that, right? So let's quickly put some information in here. Oh my god, sorry. Yeah, let's put in some information in and separate it out with commas. Let's see. Right, and then you have the final diagnosis. Something as well. Then you can do case discussion, obviously. And you can share links to any references. I'm not going to add that. This is not a UG friendly case. I'm going to do next. Now you get the option to add media to it, right? Now I spent so long on this. I guess it was like 1.5 days on just getting the drop zone working. Now I'm going to show you what I used. So drop zone, right? So let's see drop zone, right? No. This is not what I want. Oops. Yeah, this is not what I want. Drop zone JS. Yeah, this one. So this looks a lot better now. Actually, let me go to Wayback Machine. So Wayback Machine, what we'll see now is basically I go to this. I'm gonna copy the. I think it's YY for copy. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's go there and let's enter this thing here, and it's gonna show us the old view for this. If you don't know what Wayback Machine is, it's like this really cool thing that you can use to look at old versions of websites. So when I was working on it, it did not look this good. It was really weird, and I was actually, the docs have changed a lot as well. This looks much better than the old docs. So I guess like if I go to docs, wait, why is this looking so good? I wanted, this is like good looking. No. This looked very different when I was working on it. But yeah, this is what I was actually using, or I am still using. So drop zone JS is basically what I am using. It's really nice. Wait, why does it say try it for free? It is like a plus version as well. I did not have that. I don't know what that is. Oh, handling forms and stuff. I don't know. I guess that's like fine. But that's what we're using here for the files. I'm going to upload like this image, and it's going to upload, and you'll see it uploading. It also compresses it. So it doesn't upload it right away. As soon as you bring it in, you can remove it as well. That's why it's like that. And once I click on upload, it's going to upload it, and then it's going to post it. I guess there was some form of error because of which it's not added to this. Let's see, right? New accounts, my cases. Let's see if the image got uploaded. Oh, you need to be verified. Oh, but no, I am verified. Oh, this is like an artifact from the old thing where you need to be verified. Let's see what went wrong. My cases. Let's just go to profile and we'll see them that there. Right. Something went wrong because of which the thing didn't upload the picture. Let's have a look at that, right? See, I'm telling you, there's like a lot of, there's a bunch of bugs that you'll see. Next. Okay, so you also update to this page at the same time. Let's see what's going wrong. Oh, yes, because pieces. Kind of messed up. Okay. So the issue is it has pieces, right? Oh yeah. Right. So I think remove these. Let's see if this is there. Let's see what we see over here. I guess let's see if you can fix that, please. Space with underscore button. Oops. So this little button, please. Button. See if this work. So I'm going to do that. My file. Go paste. Go to my file place. We'll do spaces with underscores, and then we'll do the save. Okay, let's go now. Let's see if it works. And yeah. Hit the move file. And see if this works. Oh, I think it's a name, that's the problem. Okay. File dot. Nice. And it finally works. Oh my goodness, I don't know why that was a thing. Yeah, it works now. I guess there was like some error that I made. Who cares? So, now that that is fixed, what you can basically do is upload files and then they'll show up here. And if there's more than one, let me quickly add some more. I'm just gonna add some from, like, these were the default ones that I used, and it also does some compression. I think the compression is like 60%. If I click to start upload, they're gonna populate like this, so it looks nice and stuff. And you can delete these, and it will remove them from cases. It's not asynchronous. Some things are, some things aren't, because it's a little bit of a pain to do asynchronous things in Django, but yeah, so that works well now. Yeah, so that's how you do cases. And the reason you need to have different sorts of media files, let's talk about that. So initially I started with only pictures because I thought, oh my god, who's gonna upload videos? Like, but the thing is, there are some things that only play well to video, or let's just say there's like, or the reason I have audio is because, let's just say this like an irregular heartbeat, or like a special type of heartbeat that you can hear, or right. But that's something you get from listening to a thing, not with a photograph or a video. Like, you could get audio with video, but audio specifically would be really helpful for that. That's why you can also upload audio, and that's why those 3 files work there. I guess I could show you that, but it's like there's no point. The file size has a limit. The formats have a limit. And you can delete and stuff like that as well. Great. There are other things that I haven't covered. So I've done all posts, blah, 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 case, update, delete. Obviously you've seen that. Case details is the page I've seen. So case details is basically, let's just say that I share this thing. And you'll see like the case details of this thing, like properly. So if you just want to share one case, this is how you do it, right? Like, great. Let's go to verification done. Sorry, I'm just looking at this thing. Collections, I think I've shown you. Edit collections, blah, blah, blah. Feed, groups, hospital address. I think update form, I've shown you that. Collections, notes. Okay, notes is something my notes are done. Random question. I think I've shown you random questions. Random questions are really simple. You can just do random questions, or you can just swipe left on if you're on a phone. Let me quickly show you that as well. I hope this changes the layout well. Let me see. Okay, great. I was just messing around, right? Let's go to like an Pixel 5, right? Or let's just go to an iPhone XR, right? What you can do is you can just swipe left. I will show you another case, another case, another case, another case, and another case. And you can just swipe through these and you can click on that. It will open up. It will show you more things, and you can obviously do more stuff with that as well. But yeah, you can just kind of keep doing that and it's gonna work well. And that is how that works. It works on basically, it's a fully responsive website, so it works on most things. Samsung Fold has a really slim display, it seems like it. Nest Hub, you can also work on that. I don't know why it's a little bit broken. I think you have to refresh the page and that will make it work better. Oh, so yeah, I only tested on like the most popular, like popular in the sense like most popular viewport sizes. So I'm sure there are cases where it won't work on some sites, but I think it works on most things well like that, right? See, I think it works well. Don't complain, please. It's fine. It's fine. It's working well. Let's quickly change this. I'm gonna go to my thing and that fixes it. Great. Now let's look at other things, right? Relator, I've shown you reports, report action I've shown you, I guess. The updation has a few checks that it does. If you're a moderator, it lets you update, but it should also have, okay, so moderation system, the way that the updating for moderation works is basically, if you're the moderator and updating a case, it has to have a report open against it. Only then you can update it, and as soon as you update it, all the reports regarding that case close automatically. Because if you're doing it once, it's probably you're fixing all the issues. I think that's it. And you can't if there's a moderation or if there's a report against your case and you are a moderator, you can't close it because that's just unfair. I think you can't police yourself. Police yourself. And yeah, you have user search. What is this? Oh yeah, user search is probably for the Maestro thing. You have social page, I showed you that. Subject wise, user report. I think I've shown you how to report a user. Report a user. Bam, you got taken to this page. Now this is majorly for people who have done like put in false verification IDs and verified update format as well. Okay, so template tags, I don't think I need to explain all of these. Do you follow it? Do they follow you? Do you have a group, or like basically to check if you're a moderator or stuff like that. Let's see if there's anything interesting to talk about in models or anything like that. Models, yeah, it's fine. Basically, there's nothing different. I don't think these are like interesting to talk about. Obviously, there's stuff that I find very interesting, like unique constraints and stuff, but those aren't interesting, I guess. Oh yeah, this is something interesting. If you're working with Django and you have a media server, right? How are you going to delete files, right? So the way you do that is you have to use signals, and if they delete a case, you create a signal that is a post delete signal, and it will delete the files for that case, right? Unless you're just going to end up with a lot of media files from deleted cases. URLs, I don't want to explain all the URLs, like it's just endpoints basically. And then there's views. There's a lot of views. I don't know if it's like 1,400 lines of code, so I don't think I'll get to all of that. I mean, there's probably some really interesting stuff. Some of it is done in function-based views. Some of this is done in class-based views, depending on how much I have to edit the class-based view for something. Read HTML. I guess that should not be there. And yeah, okay, I fixed another error. Great. I'm just going through this. Let's see if there's like anything that catches my eye. There's probably a lot of nuance that I'm missing because I'm just going through this. There's obviously a lot of HTTP forbidden, HTTP responses. If you don't have the right request, or if you're not the right user to do it. There's like a lot of that. So I mean, I can't even get to all of that. Oh yeah, one of the things is when you apply for verification, we log your IP address because there's a chance that you might be faking it. So just have your IP. I don't know if you have to disclose that. I think you should, but I don't know if I did that. No, I don't think I've done that. It's like security, so obscurity, but I guess that's fine. leaderboard, and there's so much stuff to look at. Oh my god, I don't think I'll get through all of this. I'm not going to talk about all the code here. It's a bunch of it. The only thing you got to know is there's a lot of so on the front end you don't see a lot of the checks that run in the background. The exclusions, the query optimizations. The query optimizations are done through this. This is called Django. Wait 1 second. What is it? Django Debug Toolbar. And so let's see, all these are all the queries that have run, right? Refresh the page, and let's see. Yeah, these are all the queries that I've run, and you see the waterfall and see if there's like a big request, right? And I don't know what these queries are doing, honestly. User following, I guess these are because I don't have, I think it's checking for this thing here probably. I don't know what that's checking for. So you usually spend a lot of time looking at these and see what's happening and stuff like that. Oh, this is like a verification and moderation check. Oh my goodness. Okay. I changed the thing, the way it works, and that's why it's giving, oh my god. Okay. That's not how it should work. Okay, I kind of ruined the query cycle. It's supposed to be like, okay, so if I change that a little bit, it's going to fix it. Okay, I'm going to have to deal with this. It's going to be a big bug to deal with. I'm going to look at the home page SQL queries. So basically, yesterday I ran into a little bit of a bug with the moderation system, and because of which I have this here. But I made a change that basically de-optimized the whole thing, which is horrible. So let me look at that. Okay. So what you want to do is decrease the amount of queries in general. You shouldn't ever have duplicates, ideally, and similar is fine, I guess. But yeah, you should. There's like a lot of query optimizations that I have done, and I kind of ruined all of them because I made that one change. Let me quickly look at that and let's see if I can fix that live. Okay, accounts and use. No, I will do relax. Okay, yeah. Let's check. So how users is this from? All these checks happening. So the optimization is very easy. What is the best means? So let me stick. What's going on with you guys? Nice. So you will see this. Because I believe these are coming from like some web app, like some they're feed. So it's not completely fixed because we are also checking if the person who uploaded the case is verified, and then we'll add the check mark. Maybe what I can do is I can just process that once, and I can add that to the case information is from a verified user, and then that way we don't have to make a lot of queries because storage is cheap, processing is expensive. So I'll just quickly do that or make that change. So let's just do that. Let's say a bug would be, or a feature you would add is to case, add the verification check so that we don't have to make a query every single time, right? So but when you'll see, look at it, it's 46 queries right now, right? And if you look at it now, and we're down to 36 queries. See, just a simple change and we're down to 36 queries, and that's how you slowly optimize it. Now if I just do the verification check as well, that way we'll further drop it down a lot. And yeah, there's like a bunch of changes that I'll need to do. I have to make this for all pages, or I would have to do some kind of inheritance stuff. I don't know exactly what to do there, but I'll see. I think I can figure it out. Just take a little bit of time to do it. Maybe I can. No. You have to, like, everything that has a feed, you would have to basically add the moderation check. Right? Every page that has a feed, I would have to change that, but that's going to make it much faster. So I'm going to do that, honestly. Great. So yeah, so you saw me optimize some stuff there. And yeah, it's fun. It's fun to do all of that stuff. Let's quickly move on to the next stuff that I want to discuss. Let's go. So this is just the cases section, right? I think I'm done with all the cases section. Yeah. I think everything is done. So I showed you how optimization and stuff works as well. There's other things that you could look at, headers and settings and the response time. So this is like 1.2 seconds, which is terrible. It should be way less. You can look at all the signals that are going out and stuff like that, you know. And all of these are always from my end. Some of these are Django sent, some of these are from the debug toolbar, I guess, as well. Now let's look at the accounts, and I have some decorators and stuff that I've built there just for quality of life, you know, like checking if the person is in a group and only then they can enter a page and stuff like that. Okay, so one of the interesting things you need to do when you're making a platform is you should the UI should get out of the way, right? So if you can't do something, you shouldn't have the option to do it. Like, you feasibly should not be able to click on something and end up with an error, right? Because if I don't have access to reported cases as a user, I shouldn't be able to sign into that. Like, it doesn't make any sense that I would be able to do something like that, right? Because I just shouldn't have access to that because I'm not an editor. So if you ever are on a website where you can click something and it takes you to like an error page, that's bad on their end, right? They shouldn't show it visually as well, right? It just doesn't make sense for it to be there. So along with all the checks that go on in the back end, there's also checks that go on in the front end for stuff like that, right? Okay, I'm looking at, okay, so there's like the landing page, the academic partners, the update user info pages here as well, register, and then there's obviously password reset, and password reset has captchas as well. Let me quickly show you that. I think it's an edit profile. You can't change the password here. You got to kind of log out, I guess. You can do forgot password, and then you can do mail, and you can send a mail, and it will do its thing. It will send me. So there was an error there, not because of myself, because the SMTP failed because I didn't set up the email correctly, but then you would get redirected to, hey, we have successfully sent you an email page, and then yeah, that would work fine. But I got an error there. Yeah, you get an email sent thing, but I didn't get that obviously because the email sending isn't set up. Oh, I don't want that. I want this to have okay. So there's like email verification setup as well. And oh yeah, you can see the carousel. Yeah. So the carousel does not actually show the whole image, because what if it is a tall image, right? So you can actually click on the image and you can look at that, and you can, if it has multiple things, it will also go into carousel mode. So that's nice, I guess. Obviously there are a bunch of forms. Forms have stuff as well, but I don't want to get a lot into that because it's like really boring. Media, you know, you have notes, media, notes, thumbnails as well. The ads network, let's see what the ads network had. Yeah, this is the affiliate and the ad request form, and there's some stuff on the back end for myself. That's fine. Let's look at the notes, whole thing, like the notes ordeals again, some stuff that we could look at. So the bundles page, let's go to that, right? You can go to my notes, sorry, and you can create a new bundle, right? You can add a note here, and the way you add stuff to a bundle is you can just click on this thing and you can create bundles, and you'll be like, this bundle is for a video, and then you can create it. It will populate it over here, and you can add it to this, and it will get added to that bundle. So if you go to my bundles, oh wait, I gotta refresh it because again, not everything is SPA-like, which is very difficult and tedious to do. So yeah, so this bundle is for a video, and you can change the name and stuff like that as well. Cool. You have your shop view. You can see your shop. This is my shop as my account, and you can sell stuff. You can go to the page for the shop, this notes. I don't know if anything has any reviews. I'm guessing. So you can see like all the names. There's just me figuring out stuff one by one. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, this does not have any. Let's see if the things I've purchased. Let's see if I can go to that. Okay, so let's go to third notes, right? These things. Nope, that's not what I want. Third notes. Let's go to the shop for this. So we're on the shop for this third notes, right? And we don't have a review yet. Because I have bought it, I get the option to leave a review, right? You can only leave a review if you have bought something, right? So that obviously means free notes don't have reviews. Wait, do I have those? Because I must have thought of that. Because I've uploaded a lot of cases, I get like a lot of discount, which is 20%. So that does it as well. And let's leave a review. Let's leave a review. Like, okay, readability, reliability was okay. The value, it was really value for money, and it was basically as advertised. And yeah, good notes. And then you can submit that, right? And that submits it. So Varadhan said good notes, and this adds it up over here as well. Now you can, it also can do fractional reviews. So once I leave a review, I think you can't like leave another review. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, you can delete your review as well, and then that would remove all the stuff from here as well, right? You can buy it. So buy was done using Razorpay. I'm not going to enter all the information. You know how Stripe or Razorpay works. Is really basic. Okay, so the reason there are some things that we need to discuss about notes. So the reason I was thinking about doing notes was because it needed to make some money. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit of the platform monetization and stuff like that. So obviously I didn't have a lot of users starting up. No surprise, right? Yeah, I didn't have that, so I couldn't find any advertiser that would pay me to run the platform. So I thought, you know what, I'll take this into my own hands and let's make something that's amazing for medical students. So I saw this new trend of medical students buying iPads to take notes, which makes sense, right? It's pretty common. Not in India right now, but it's going to become common, I guess, as things move forward. So I thought that, you know what? Okay, did you even see the leave a review button, or is that covered by me? No, it's fine. So what I saw was a lot of people were buying notes for their iPads for their notes, right? So which means that eventually you would need a platform where you can upload your notes to sell them. Now this is a bad idea right now. Like after I made my notes thing, I realized it's a bad idea. People don't like buying notes, even though education industry is really big in India. I don't think all the notes platforms do well. I looked at them and I don't think they're doing well. Right? So it was really dumb for me to add it, but I just wanted to figure out some ways that this would start making money. So because we charge a commission on each sale, depending on how popular you are, I think it's like the base is 60-40, but it goes up to 80-20 as well. And yeah, there's all the stuff on the back end to manage all the orders and the reviews and verifications and stuff like that. You can sign up. You have to basically, let me go to the new user thing. I'll show you that as well. So if you go to new user and we enter the password, oops. Why? Oh my goodness, why isn't this working? Wait, what? Was that not a thing? What was the name of the user, man? Let's go to the leaderboards and find that dude. User alpha, new account. Oh, that was not new user, it was just new account. Okay, that's something interesting as well. I should I should add a way to check if the username even exists. That will save people some time. Yeah, I'll do that. So I just have a very basic password for these things. I don't have simple passwords on my main accounts, but yeah. Cool. Salala, what were we gonna? Oh yeah, I was gonna show you how to do the notes thing. So the notes, again, doing things that don't scale. So Razorpay, the thing was in beta, so it doesn't work. The directly getting an account and linking it. I emailed them. They sent me a link much later. I needed to be faster. So I was like, you know what? Just send me your stuff. I'll add it to your account and we'll set it up that way. I'm gonna automate this if I ever relaunch it. Yeah. So once you get verified, you can add your notes, but you can still add free notes without getting verified. So I can still do it, but they have to be free because I'm not verified. Sorry, I don't have the payment information entered in just yet. So that is the way I was just handling this. I'm sorry, that's just the way it was supposed to go. Also, the thing about this thing is the scroll bar, a lot of people make it really slim. I'm guessing this is also a little slim. It can be a little bit fatter, but I think that is the way it is on like the main page. Yeah, it's fat. I think it should be this fat on all the pages. This is really thin, but you should have it be a little fat even if you're doing custom scroll bars, right? So this is the way it works. You can sell IFSC stuff and stuff like that on email. Through email, I think it's fine. So yeah, we have that. We actually bundles and notes, payment, success, failed, review. I guess all of that is fine. Also, I just gotta tell you, dude, the pop-ups for reviews is very, very tedious to do, because every time you do a pop-up in Django, it's like a whole lot of stuff that you gotta do over that, just to deal with it. It's like there's a lot of Ajax that you don't see, but I gotta do and checks and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So I guess that is, I don't know how much more detailed I want to get. Notes you can sort through by subject as well. Let's quickly go through the flow of adding in notes, right? So you have your title, some new notes. Now you can add some description. You can select a subject as well. Again, these are like microbiology. Let's just say price, I'm going to set it to 500 rupees, very expensive. Thumbnails are optional, and you can add notes. Let's just save these. This is what I want to add. Okay, so we ran into some error there. Let's see what that was. There was this error that we ran into, and that was because of the way I was doing the piracy protection for images. So I'm guessing yeah, so I'm guessing the notes have been updated. It's just that the image won't work. Now let me tell you what is going on over here. So piracy, that is something I forgot to talk to you about when I was talking about why notes platforms don't work, right? Let me tell you. So in India, and I think across the world, piracy is rampant. It's really easy to share notes through something like, basically Telegram or something like that. You can share notes really easily. It's not a big deal. So I was like, if I am going to do notes, I'm going to make it really good. And what that would mean is I need to make a lot of, take a lot of measures against piracy. So I was like, okay, let's do this. How do I combat piracy? So as soon as you try and view, okay, let's actually have a look at that. I'll show you some stuff. My notes. Let's look at the notes I've downloaded. I'll show you something cool that happens when you see your notes. Tower Seneca is like this PDF that you get for free you can get it from Tim Ferriss's thing. Like it has a blog post about it. So it's, why isn't this working? Okay, I have fixed the issue. Cool, let's go through this again. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me tell you where the issue was coming from, or the bug was coming from. Anti-piracy is where we need to go first. So piracy is a big issue with Indian notes websites, right? So I was like, you know what? I got this. I'll fix this. So there are two things you can do, right, for anti-piracy. The first thing that we do is, let's just say there's a PDF. What can you do to the PDF, right? If you look at this PDF, first of all, there's a password to it, right? Yes, you'll see eventually, because it's creating a whole new PDF in buffer for us. So I'm going to enter a password, which is your email that you signed up with. And as you'll see, your email and your username are sprinkled all over randomly throughout the PDF. Look at that. Look at that. So you can do a whole, like this basically I think deters a lot of people who are going to share the PDFs. Yeah, it's not going to deter all of them. Most, like even the people who are the most determined, I don't think they're going to do it, get deterred by this, but I think it's good enough for most people. if you we can see your username and your email. If you share this PDF, you download it and share it with other people, I'm okay with you downloading it. Look, it's fine if you do that, but I don't want you to download and then, you know, further send it to other people. So that is why this is like one of the anti-piracy measures, right? So it was kind of tripping up because of actually something else. So for photos, this doesn't really work well to play with buffers, because you should be able to add multiple photos to the same page, and you should be able to view them. And creating multiple photos with watermarks in a buffer is basically like, okay, let me tell you why doing it in buffer is important. Let's say there are 1,000 people on the platform that have downloaded 1,000 different pictures, or let's just say PDFs, right? So if you just create one for each one of them every time, I know storage is cheap, processing is expensive, but that would create a million things that I need to store. A million is a lot of number, only for 1,000 downloads or from 1,000 people, right? So I was like, you know what, I'll do it in buffer, it's fine. It's like whatever. If I run into issues later down the line, we'll change it. But now this does it in RAM. So this is like not a new PDF that's created. You create a new PDF and then we serve it to you, and then that's in buffer. So as soon as you close it, it's gone. It's just like no one else can see it. It's fine. So that is what is happening over here. So yeah, that is what we're up to with this PDF thing. So for photos, that was really complicated to do because PDFs, you only get one PDF at a time. So it's really easy to do in buffer. Not easy, but it's rather straightforward to do it in PDFs, right? But with photos, doing it multiple on a single page, that's very complicated. I don't know how to do that. Like I couldn't figure it out. It's really difficult. So what I was going to do is just as soon as you upload an image, it's going to watermark it automatically and post it then, right? But again, that has more implications as well. What if you do multiple things? Then again, I have to store it in buffer. So what I was going to do is I was going to just send a post save signal, and then the post save would go to the image, it would watermark it, and then save it again with a watermarked image. That was like the most recent thing I was working on, which was like 6 months back. But apparently I didn't finish it, so that was throwing out a lot of errors. So I fixed those errors, and now it's working well. Let me quickly go back to my notes as well. So basically what you see is on this page, you'll see either photos or PDFs. Like a PDFs are in the list and photos come up here. So if I go to my notes, let's just say I go to my notes and I go to this one, let's say testing PNGs. So you see all these tests, I just created that for testing PNGs. Because I thought PNGs weren't rendering. And as you can see, this does not have a watermark, but it does have like whatever this image is, and you'll see the PDFs over at the bottom here, right? So that is how it's supposed to work. It didn't because I didn't finish it because it was proving to be a little more difficult. So I was like, you know what, I have to shut it down, and yeah, so I shut it down then, and that's why this is incomplete. But whatever. So anti-piracy was really important. So you got to figure out like why people aren't doing things. But to be honest, I have to tell you, like if you're thinking about making this again, like a platform where people can share notes and stuff, I would say don't do it, because it's not smart, because the purchase value is small. Even with 40% cut, people are just not gonna share their notes. Like if you look at all the other platforms, they're selling it for 11 rupees, 15 rupees. After Razorpay takes their like a small fixed cut, and after people buy it, it's like 5 rupees, which is okay, which is a good amount of money, but you need to have a lot of volume for that, right? So this just doesn't work. It doesn't make a lot of money. So I couldn't do that. Like it just doesn't work. The economics are not there. But yeah, I just have it online, I guess, because I built it. I thought it would make money, and it doesn't. Great. You can again update the notes as well. You can add images, delete images. You can add notes, delete notes. There's compression going on, blah blah blah. Same old, right? It's just like it's become baseline basically, right? Again, defaults and stuff. A lot of backend things that would be too boring for you to listen to. Everything works with light mode, I guess. Like kind of works. As you can see, it's a big platform, and there are enough bugs to feed a family of 4. Yeah, so there are a lot of bugs, but I'm working through them. As soon as I see them, I try and fix them. There's obviously some optimization I could do. I could write some tests. I don't like functional bugs. Aesthetic bugs I'm more okay with, because it's like they don't completely hamper. Like white on white, that's terrible. Okay, that's something I'll fix. But like just a little bit of gray or something like that, I'm fine with most of those, because they don't like really hinder the ability to do some stuff. Also, the thing that broke the notes, that wasn't pushed, so that was never in production. That was always in development, so like you could expect it to fail. Are there other things that I haven't covered? Because I'm sure there are like so many things, so many things that I haven't covered, right? The way I do this, okay, so for anti-piracy, that's one thing. That then also you get a password on everything. Everything is locked with a password, so you can't like really, change it easily. You can't update it, like you can't manipulate the PDF. It's locked. And then other stuff, but again, security through obscurity, right? So I'm not going to tell you everything that I do with the PDF. Yeah, so blah 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 blah, I guess. So much to do. But this brings back good memories, honestly. This was some of the happiest time of my past 2 years working on this. Yeah, let's just kind of end it there. Let's see if I have any topics I need to still cover. There's more stuff I could talk about, like how I did the PDFs and locking and stuff like that. Let's see if there's anything interesting in core settings, blah blah blah. There's nothing really interesting there. Yeah, the email, I closed it, and yeah, so cool. Well, I guess this is fine, and done, I guess. Cool. Let's talk about the things that I had noted down, and we can go through those. Uber design doc. Let's see if I can find that. If I don't find it, we'll just forget about it, I guess. So Uber, not user, Uber design guidelines. Yeah, I tried that, I guess. Oh yeah, this might be it. Yeah, no, I don't remember if this was it. They have like a whole design framework. Let's see, design framework. That might be it. I don't even know why I'm trying to show this to you now. Like, who cares? I should probably add, did I add finance and stuff to this? Finances and costs. I think I covered with DigitalOcean. Oh, okay, I don't see it. It's fine. Whatever. I think Adobe has one as well, so look at that as well. Let's quickly move on from that, right? It's fine. Forget about it. Check the version of thing I used. Okay, let's see the version of where is that? Where will I find that? So I think that will be in cases and templates and base. Yeah, so I was using Tailwind 2nd. I wasn't using Tailwind 3, which is okay. So now that we have confirmed that as well, I'm going to check it off. DigitalOcean experience with that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about hosting and DigitalOcean and stuff like that. I've used a lot of stuff like that, like the phrase stuff like that. I shouldn't be using that anymore. It's getting a little bit old. So why did I pick DigitalOcean? DigitalOcean was predictable. They gave me a lot of free bandwidth, and that is why I picked DigitalOcean. I could have used Linode as well, but I guess I just wanted to try out DigitalOcean, right? Wait, it goes this way, not the other way around. So DigitalOcean gives you this like promotional package of, they're like, okay, come to our platform and for 2 months you can use these $150, right? I think that was the thing that they did. So I started with like a $10 server. And the thing that you need to understand is, once you create like a $10 server, you can't go back to a $5 one. You can only go up, but you can, if you go to 20, and then you can come back to 10, but you can't go to 5, right? So if you are working with DigitalOcean, remember to go with 5 first, and then you can upgrade later if you want, because otherwise it won't give you the downgrading capability, right? So I had that. Next, oh yeah, I could talk about why I didn't use the app platform. I just wanted to save money, which turned out to be dumb, because I'll tell you how I wasted a lot of money running this. So yeah, I used a $10 server there, which probably would be fine. It could probably handle like a few thousand users easily. So it's like that is enough. That is enough capacity to handle that many users. Then I also had managed databases. That was really premature. I just didn't need them. I just wanted to be all fancy and stuff. And I mean, it was good for scalability. So there's like kind of an argument there, but it was more for, look, I have a managed, I have a managed database. It will scale well. Yeah, so I don't think that was necessary though. I think you should start off cheap. Just use the storage that you get, make your own Postgres on your server and just run with that. You can add the managed database later. It's fine. You can migrate easily, or at least it's possible to migrate. Next, I also added DigitalOcean Spaces because I didn't want to deal with AWS. I think they work on AWS, but the response times are actually terrible. So actually don't use DigitalOcean Spaces with AWS because the latency is not great. So with DigitalOcean, I don't know why, but the latency for DigitalOcean Spaces versus AWS, which is basically I think what they use for S3 basically, is what they use. The latency is not great when you're using DigitalOcean, so don't use that. And it charges you $5 a month just to maintain the connection or something like that, just like a convenience fee in a way. So yeah, don't do that. It's fine. Just deal with S3. I haven't dealt with it, but I'm sure it's probably better to do that than just go with Spaces. But I thought I would save myself some time and some effort and some effort and go with Spaces. Not something I should have done. Yeah, well, I guess you live and learn. I got the backup, which was helpful. It came in helpful multiple times. I got the weekly backup, I think. And what else? Well, I'll talk. Wait, so the server was $10. The managed database was 15. I think $2 for so we have it up to 25. There's $2 for the backup, I guess. So which is 20% basically of whatever your server level is. It charges you 20% of that level. So $2 for that. So we're 27, yeah, and we're up to 32 with the $5 for linking into Spaces, and then on that we get 18% tax, and that brings it to something about $37 something cents per month, right? Which is the amount of money I had to pay for my servers. If I had to do it again, I would run on $5 for a lot of time. So that is what I would do. So keep those things in mind when you're running with DigitalOcean. I talked about Spaces. People coming and looking at this. Okay, so now it's going to get more business than anything. It's not going to be technical. We're just going to chill out. I think there's some technical stuff like migration hell and get maybe. I think I talked about the mess I made with. Yeah, that's basically migration hell. So let's talk about people coming and taking a look at this. So after about a month of development, I was like, okay, I need to show this to users, right? So I called my sister's friends and they were very gracious, and they came and they sat with me and they used the platform. I showed them what we could do and they gave me a lot of feedback. A lot of things that you actually see on the platform are their suggestions. I didn't know everything. So yeah, it's like you listen to them and then they tell you stuff and then you implement it. It's that simple. And you shouldn't do like 10 interviews back to back. I give myself a little bit of space after every single interview because it was like a focus group in a way, right? But the reason I didn't do them back to back was so that I could upgrade it and then show it again so that they have new things to talk about. And because my sister's friends are really smart, they gave like really good, like a varied response. Some people were telling me about the competitors. Some people, there aren't a lot of competitors, which could either mean two things. I'm really early or I'm really late. That's basically probably what it means. I think I'm early. I don't think I'm late. I think people are going to catch up to this or catch on to it soon. So, what was I talking about? Yeah, so they give like varied responses and suggestions, which was really helpful for me to listen to. And I implemented stuff like all the stuff they suggested. And yeah, that was helpful. Don't call people all at once. It's nice to have a focus group, but if you upgrade and then show it again, you'll have new suggestions. Yeah, I think that's it. So it took about a month to do that. It took me about a month to build it. So I think it was less. I think it was like 15 days for them to come. So they would come in the evening and I would show it to them, and then I would sit and make all the changes that they suggested at night. Sometimes I would get it done in like a few hours. Sometimes it would take days because this is just like a really good feature that I had to spend some time adding. So another thing about creating a platform, you can't just add like one feature in like vacuum, right? If you add notes, you have to add a reporting system for that. You have to do reviews, you have to do payments. I mean, that's like the case for MVPs. You should just make it basic, but a lot of overhead comes along with everything. They have to make everything responsive. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about every page being responsive. Every page is responsive. Yeah, it's fine. I don't want to show you everything again. So it's really boring. It's just the same thing, just different pages on mobile. I think I showed you like a very basic version of that. So it's responsive completely, and dark and light UI, again, you have to do that for every single thing. So every page you add, you got to do all of that, right? It's very tedious and there's a lot of overhead, but it's worth doing it. Okay, you have to give everyone a good experience. More people will be using this on their phone than the people that would be using it on the desktop or a laptop, right? So you got to make it amazing for your phone users, right? Okay, so one of my friends, I showed this website to him, and initially we had like a light background for some reason instead of this like light grayish, and then there's a dark gray or a light black, I guess, thing on top of it. So actually, let me show you. So this thing here, this color here, was actually light at the start. Wait, I don't know why I did that. This looks much better. He was like, just make that dark. I made it dark, and oh my god, it looks so much better. So sometimes you'll miss the most obvious stuff. Listen to people, show them stuff, you know, it's nice. Next, philosophy of UI and UX. Okay, so I'm not great at UI UX, right? I haven't learned a lot. I have read some of it. I try and keep up to date with all the UI UX stuff, but I'm not amazing at it. Okay, I can use Figma, I can use XD. I've made stuff with those before, or I've made designs with that before, but every time I say stuff, it just feels like I'm being cognitively lazy. So I'm gonna try and avoid that now. Okay, so I can make some designs using Figma and Adobe XD, but I'm not great. I'm not great at those. So what I thought I would do is make a UI that gets out of your way. It's simple, it's straightforward. There isn't like a lot of not overhead, a messy thing. I was just trying to keep it clean, like the Google, the homepage, right? So if I go to the homepage, see, this is simple. There's a search box that you have to put stuff in, and there's a button. Yeah, I don't think they should even have this. It just should just be a bar. That's great UI according to me. A great UI according to me is a UI that gets out of your way, and that is basically what I was focused on doing, right? So that is basically the whole reason for every single design decision. It was supposed to get out of your way. And the thing is, you have to make it good. You have to make your UI good. It has to be easy. It has to be intuitive. And you can't just say that it's intuitive to you because you have spent I've spent so much time in this, right? So it's just, everything is intuitive to me. Like, it's like, makes sense. It should be there, right? But to someone who is using a platform like for the first time, stick with the conventions, have a normal nav bar, have a normal drop down. Don't make anything weird unless you are really good at UI UX. So just stick to conventions because people are used to conventions. The conventions are called conventions because they're normal, right? So that's useful for people to just instinctively know what to do, right? Think about all the effort that other brands have put into your UI and UX development, right? Because they have built this whole framework for people. Like, okay, you click on your username, you get a drop down, and there you'll find out a logout or a sign out button, right? Facebook has spent a lot of time conditioning people to that, and you just use that. You don't need to do a lot of stuff to get people to use your UI well. It should be simple. Everything should say exactly what it means. Use color sparingly. I think my balance right now is pretty good. Don't go overboard with it. Just keep it simple, keep it plain, those are like the normal basic things. Watch some design courses, videos. That's like a channel I watched. You'll just understand some basic stuff. Have good margin, have good padding. Give stuff some space to breathe. I think these boxes at the top have like really good margin and padding. I think these are well done in the proportions. Maybe I could have some more space here, but I just wanted to, make it good. So I don't know. I just wanted it to be dense. But density is not something you should ideally want. It should be free. It should flow well. It should, like, if something is there, they shouldn't even have to think about it. The best UI is not something you think about. Like, if people are thinking about your UI, you have done something wrong or something very right. So just make it like something that gets out of the way. People don't have to think about it a lot, and I think that's the way you have a good UI. Next, let's talk about the mess I made with Git. Okay, and I'm going to talk about migration hell as well. So migration hell, oh my goodness. So I think this was the start of February. Okay, what I did was I made some mess with Git, which basically meant that some of my migrations were ahead of the current state and some of my migrations were behind the current state, which was horrible, absolutely horrible, because it was so difficult to deal with. Because if I also did -- fake, which made more of a mess, and I spent 3 nights and 4 days in migration, which was really, really painful. I made a blog post or a Reddit post about migration hell that I went through and all the stuff that I did to get out of it. I'm going to talk about that as well. But that was one of my best Reddit posts to date. I think it did well, and that's why I'm also making this video. Sharing information with everyone is really good always. Like, I know a lot of information because others have shared it openly, and I wanted to be a part of that and do that as well. So migration hell. Okay, so the way to diagnose and deal with problems, that is what it taught me. First thing you should do, okay, I'm not going to tell you what I did because what I did was not great and a lot of things went wrong. So the way you should approach dealing with difficult problems is, first of all, you should use all the tools available to you to understand the problem. Like, get some visualization done, get some look at the files, look at the code that's going on, right? Migration creates documents as well in Django, files. You can see those, you can see what's been updated. And if you have a good idea of the models and the migrations that should happen, you'll know what is happening, right? And you'll be able to diagnose it. You can also use like database utilities from the shell for Django, and they will tell you what's going on with every single, you can see the schema and other things like that for getting a good idea of what the database is actually doing and what is happening there. So you should use that. First, understand the issue really, really well. Then try to put it into words. What do you think is happening? And then try and look for solutions for those things. Now be very careful about XY problems. Look for the solution of the actual issue and not some theoretical solution that you think would work and that has a problem and then you're trying to fix that. Okay, let me tell you, right? Explain a little bit of XY issue or XY problems. So XY problems, these are really, really tricky. So just read this, I guess this would work. But I'm gonna just tell you what I'm trying to explain. So there's this problem X that you have, right? X is a problem you have. You're like, okay, you should look for solutions for X, right? Instead, what you do is you think Y would be great, right? Y would be a great solution to X. So what you do is you start looking for, but you run into some issue while making Y. So you start looking for solutions to Y instead of looking for solution for X, right? Now I think this should probably be a good explanation for it. I don't know. But just read through it, you'll understand what it means. Like looking for the actual solution to the actual problem instead of some theoretical problem to some theoretical solution that you have. Just look for the actual solution, right? So yeah, just define it well and then look for the solutions to that. After that, you should try and implement it slowly. Don't panic. You have to be very, very calm and careful when you're dealing with messes, right? Because the more panic you create, the more mess you create, right? And that creates a whole lot of issues as well. The way I actually got this done was talking with this really respected Django developer. I think he's like the maintainer or something of Django HTMX as well. Yeah, he's amazing dude. And he helped me on Django forums. We spent a lot of time going back and forth figuring the issue out because the diagnosis was really difficult. Because I told you I made a mess. Some things were forward, some things were behind, ahead and behind, and it was just like a whole lot of mess. But you can diagnose it and then execute it slowly. And at every time you do implement a solution, get the visualization step again, right? So what you could do is visualize, figure out a solution, then implement it. Then you visualize again, and then you see what's wrong. If you're going in the right direction, keep going, visualize. Or if you went wrong, go back to the second step, see what's wrong, and then move forward. That's how you should do it. It was really painful. But the website was pretty much, it wasn't down because I went to the backup and it was working there, but I had to spend some time figuring out the migration problems. Right? Every night what I would do is I would, because all the people, users were in India, there were like a lot of them, like 20 people, but they were in India, so every night I would stay up and figure out this issue, and then if I figure it out, well and good. Otherwise, I just moved back to the last backup, which was like a week ago, and yeah. Okay, why am I going to restart it? You're like, oh my god, you have so many bugs, you didn't get a lot of users to start off with. Why? Okay, I should even talk about marketing. Let me go get a glass of water. Okay, why am I going to restart it, right? Restarting it is a decision that I'm making based on the fact that the core truth that I built this on hasn't changed. I still believe that it would be great if students could gain more experience. I think students still want to gain more experience. And I think this is a better way to do it than any other competitor, right? So I think that is why I think it's worth restarting. I'm going to reach out to some colleges first. I'm going to see if they want me to restart it, because if I can get like a college on board, right, like some big college with a few thousand students, that's probably worth it for me. So I'm going to email them and I'm going to see if they would be interested in a platform like this. And if they are, I'll relaunch it and let's see what it does. Let's see where it takes me, right? I know the launch and stuff wasn't the most successful. It kind of didn't work, but I think if I get some more time and some colleges sign up, you need just the initial momentum, right? That's the problem. Okay, so two of the hardest things to grow from scratch if you don't have an audience or there's some distribution is a social media platform and a marketplace. I tried both. How dumb, right? Yeah. It was really stupid. It's very difficult to grow a social media platform if you don't have it, because for it to be, it grows really fast, the value grows really fast, but for it to be valuable, you have to have users. And for users to come onto it, it has to be valuable, but they won't do that unless you have some users to start off with. So that was the issue. I thought the way I could get some initial users were go to YouTubers, be like, you know what, you're medical YouTubers, you have notes, you have distribution, put some notes on there. I'm going to give you a great deal of the cut. You'll get people on the platform. And that's a stupid strategy. Don't rely on content creators. Bad way to grow. Alternatives to this, right? So there are a few alternatives. I don't think there's another software. There's something called Daily Rounds, but that I think is more for questioning and stuff like that. Again, I said stuff like that. I should stop saying that. So Daily Rounds is one. It's pretty bad. I mean, come on, I can show you. Ugh, it's horrible looking. They might have improved the UI though. No. Just take me to Daily Rounds. 5 lakh? What? 1 second, sorry. Yeah. Oh wait, I think they're counting Marrow as well probably, but the app looks terrible and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could show you. They have like terrible UI from the last time I remember seeing it, and I just didn't think they were a pretty good website. So I was like, you know what? I think I can develop my own thing. There are obviously books. Books are great. You know, you can carry 300, 400 pages of information, a few hundred cases, I guess. That's a good way to spend money and effort. Yeah, books are great. Do that. Obviously, there are some benefits to books. The cases are verified and vetted. They're great for education. If you want to learn how to do cases, I think they're really good for that. They'll teach you why something is not something else. Like why is this disease and not this one. So it's great for that. This one is more for practice. It's like, okay, so here's a patient. What do you do, right? What is your diagnosis, right? And yeah. So books are, I think, good for learning, but I don't think they're great for practice because the variety is just not there, right? There are magazines, but they're really expensive. Sorry, journals. I don't want to call them magazines. That's kind of demeaning. They're journals, and I think they're good, but they're really expensive. They're also like very select. They give you a few cases which are like really difficult and interesting. So more doctors than medical students are interested in that. And there's obviously some other stuff that's wrong with it, but I don't want to get into it. Yeah, I don't know. That is like the competitive scene. So I don't think there's any other platform apart from Success Society that could help medical students cross 10,000 cases before they even become doctors, right? I don't know. Do you want to look at my YC application? Let me open up YC and I'll show you. Oops, not that. Yep. I want to see YC apply. So, view application. Let's see, right? I won't show the founders area because who cares, right? And now let's go through this thing. Chrome, you can see it. So if you want to look more into this and have a better view at all the things here, this is really optimistic, by the way. I didn't think this would work. There's obviously some amount of exaggeration, and yeah, you can look through this if you want to. Just go through it. If you can just pause it, and I won't read it because we were really optimistic. Very optimistic. Didn't work out at all. So yeah, I can talk about competitors, money. What? No, that's not gonna happen. If the market is just that much, you're not gonna grow to 100 million. Oh, that's dumb. Yeah. So it's like chicken and egg problem again. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this, but didn't work out. I don't know. So I hope you read through all of that. It's like interesting. It can make a lot of stuff, and it's working well. According to me, I think it had a lot of promise. I don't know. I think it should have been doing well. But now I can put all of my energy into it, and I see if I can get some colleges on board and get students that way. Because the whole point is you have to find some way that you can get a lot of initial first users, right? So I show you my YC application. So another thing about YC applications, you should fill the YC application even if you're not gonna get into YC, because the things that it make you think about will really clear the company up for you. Especially like filling out my YC application gave me clarity of who my actual user is gonna be. It's a medical student that wants to gain experience faster, right? Ambitious medical students. Let's go. Most medical students are really ambitious, by the way. They're hardworking as well, obviously. Do you want to do accounts code review? I think let's forget about that. Show reports. I did show you reports. I showed you posts as well. Finances and costs. I showed you that. Sorry, I told you that as well. Marketing. Oh yeah, I told you marketing. I was trying to get YouTubers to talk about it and Instagram influencers. Stupid idea. They don't do anything. Honestly, if your business or marketing is based around them, it's not gonna work out. It's stupid, right? It's like they don't want to talk to you unless you pay them. Some of them are nice, but they don't want to talk to you. Someone asked me for 20% equity in the company. Now, I'm not. I don't want to be disrespectful, but come on. 20. Okay, I get it. Like, jokes on me as well, because 20% of nothing is still nothing, right? So it's fine. But like, that was really funny. Like, someone was like, "Give me 20%, I'll do it." He was a good dude, obviously. He helped me with some stuff as well. But 20% is that was so funny. He was like, I'll post about it. Give me 20%. So yeah, marketing won't work. So other marketing channels that I thought of was I could do emails. I think I talked about that before. And I was also going to do Instagram posts. So what you do is every day you'd get a post of a case that was like the most saved yesterday, and you just get like the initial thing, and you won't get the diagnosis and the discussion. For that, you'd have to go to the platform, and that is how I was going to acquire users. It's not smart, by the way. I mean, that could have worked, I guess, but I just didn't have cases to start off with. So yeah, I tried talking to some professors at some big universities as well. It was so weird. I would just be like, "Hello, I'm Vardhan from Sister Society. I have a platform that helps medical students gain experience faster. You can share your cases and others can view them. And I think it's going to be really useful for your students." And they'd be like, huh? What? Oh my God. Yeah. They'll just be more confused than anything else. They'll be like old guys, man. Come on. They won't understand what's going on. I just look up their phone numbers on Chrome and I'd cold call them. I love cold calling people. I love sending cold emails as well. I don't care. So yeah, I guess that is it. I don't know. If I think of other stuff, I'll do a part 2. I might do a live stream if a lot of people watch this. And if they have questions, let me know down in the comments. If you want me to do like a big live stream, I could do like a live stream and answer just questions that you randomly have. Other things that I want to talk about quickly before I go. There are probably things that I didn't talk about because I just thought they were so obvious to me, but they aren't obvious to you because, you know, there's like a knowledge bias. If you know something, you're like, oh, that's so simple. But if you don't know it, it's like super difficult, right? So yeah, there's like so much stuff. Like, this is the final iteration. You haven't even seen all the iterations. There's so much code that got cut out, right? Yeah, like, let me know if you want to have like a question answer live stream. I think I'll end up having to edit some of the video. I want to take some parts out where I think there's some sensitive information shared, or where I'm just getting a glass of water. I don't think you should waste your time me just doing that, right? So yeah, it's going to be slightly edited. And I think I'm done. Oh my God, I'm done. Oh, I thought it was going to be a 2-hour video, man. I mean, I can make it like 5 hours longer if you want me to. I can do like a proper code review for you, you know, talk to you about all the mistakes I made with, yeah, media and media root as well. So one of the things that I made a mistake with was I stored my CSS on AWS, or more accurately, the spaces thing that DigitalOcean has. That's like dumb. You should just put it on your server and get it from there. Fetching it from that point was dumb. Also made it really tedious to update the CSS because I'd just get pull and push for my, get push and pull for my normal code, but for CSS I would have to go to spaces, upload this file every time I made any change to CSS for it to work. But really tedious. You don't want to do that. Like, the workflow is just terrible. Right? The workflow is just terrible, and there's like multiple mistakes that I've made like that. So yeah, I'm kind of stupid. You make mistakes and you learn. That's the whole thing. Let's see if there's anything that comes to mind. Straight up mistakes. I mean, there are so many things that I got wrong. The UI some places is bad. I told you there's enough bugs to feed a family of 4, I'm telling you. But it is what it is. Okay, it was a solo effort. It's a big platform, so many things to deal with. I didn't even talk about all the payment verification and razor pay stuff like in detail, because it's just boring. Who cares about all of that? The discounting, wait, did I talk about discounting? Discounting was basically for a way that was a long-term play. Even though that would reduce the profits of all the people who upload notes in the short term, in the long term that would get more people on the platform, which would increase the market size. So I've talked about this in a video on the CSS Society channel. I think it's the one about update 1.0. I talk about why there's a discount for cases. So I think you got 1% for every follower you have, and 3% for every case you posted, up to so capped at 20%. So yeah, and I don't know. There's like probably a lot of other stuff that I could talk about. That was my way of trying to make money off it. Look, honestly, I couldn't even care less if this made a lot of money. I just want a lot of people using it. It would just make me feel good, honestly. Is there anything else? No, I guess that is it. I guess I should close the video out. We have been talking for a while now. Oh my god, congratulations on making it through the whole video, through my rambling and just weird topics I covered, and I hope you learned a lot. If you want to look at some resources and blogs that you could read to learn more about business and general stuff, I guess Paul Graham is something you should definitely look at. He has great videos. I guess I've referenced some of the stuff here, like doing things that don't scale, do things. Yeah, so that's up there. Then what else did I talk about? Keeping code in your head. I think that's also from him. Shipping before you're ready, MVPs and all that stuff. Read about customer development. I think that's interesting to read about. I think you'll learn a lot. And Derek Sivers, I think is his name. Yeah, this one. He has great posts as well. So read through these as well. I think these are like really good. These are the FAQs. You can also see his blog posts on the main page. Read through those. I think that is good. For UIUX, I might make a video about that. I have like a bunch of resources I could share regarding that, most of which are just like research-based papers that, or like research outcomes, and I just read through that. I'm not great at that, so I don't know if I showed you the logo. The logo is like this thing. It's really basic looking. And what else? Yeah, I did most of the color. I just picked because I like purple with black. I just think it's a good combination. It looks really nice. And what else? Yeah, dude. I don't know. I've probably forgotten like. Yeah, I mean, there are so many things that I've left because I just couldn't put a lot of effort into it. I was gonna make this one feature where it would see the case and would figure out all the similar cases or cases with a similar patient information and HIP and examinations and stuff like that, and then it would give you 4 options when you're doing the case, and then you could click on it and it will show you if you're right or wrong. But that requires a lot of cases to begin with. I don't have a huge database of cases. So like a automatic multiple choice thing. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff. Obviously, it's not all optimized. Some things are optimized, some things aren't like optimized at all. It's fine. You just join some databases. You prefetch some, prefetch related some stuff. You can use some value and value list for getting like the philosophy about or the idea around getting information to your front end is you should try and get the least amount of information to your front end as possible. Just the least, right? As low as possible. That's the whole deal. Now this is something that my friend told me, the same friend that told me about, that talked to me about the light UI and dark UI. Yeah, he's like, dude, you should get like the least amount of information to your front end. I will speed up the page load times. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, you just get the least amount of information. Now information, like, think about it, like most people will be using this on phone with bad data plans, and like getting it from a server probably across the world, because I don't have data centers all over the place. I was not using a CDN. That's something you could look into. I don't know how to work that well with such a dynamic thing. It's just a lot of effort to do a lot of things. Some things you have to think about the effort to output ratio on a lot of things. So be careful about that as well. What else can I talk about that I think would be helpful? I do a lot of template inheritance, use a lot of built-in stuff, learn shortcuts. That's important. Now I love keyboard shortcuts on the things that I use, but I didn't add any here because that's again stuff that you have to figure out and do. And it just doesn't work well on mobile. And to be honest, I should have done mobile. Oh yeah, mobile first. That's something else we can discuss. So the traditional ongoing trend is to design mobile first, right? You go mobile first and then you design it for PC. I went through PC and then I did mobile first for some parts of it, and then I learned about the mobile first methodology, and I was like, okay, I'll do mobile first. And I gotta tell you, I don't know if it's just because I am naive and I don't know a lot of things, but doing PC first is just so much better for me, because you have to remove stuff when you're doing mobile, right? So you can get everything on the board, and then to do mobile, you just remove it. Easy. If you're doing mobile, you have to put in thought twice, right? Because you're thinking, okay, so what works mobile? I'll add that. And you're like, okay, so what can I extend now with PC? So I just thought it was easy to do PC. Just think once, add everything on there, and then you remove stuff for mobile, which is simpler to do in my opinion. Tailwind is great for doing mobile UIs again. You can do LG and stuff. Materialized also has that. Other things you should look into is definitely get very comfortable with the developer tools. Look into this thing. It's called Firefox Developer Edition. I'm looking into using more of this in my future builds because of all the tools that they have for developers. I think it's fantastic. Like this font panel, that's so nice, right? And you just look into this. That might be worth paying attention to. I'm just using Chrome DevTools now. Optimize your queries. Don't worry a lot about the Lighthouse scores. Obviously, you should try and do your best, but don't like obsess over them crazily. They have a lot of variables, again. So yeah, I mean, I think I had like more than 97 at one point of time. Let me see what I get now. Oh yeah, also minify your CSS and jQuery. Sorry, not jQuery, JavaScript. I haven't done that in this version that I'm running, but I do have. Oh yeah, there's something else I could talk about. Okay, so the reason why doing CSS for AWS was really tedious. You'd be like, okay, it's just like a simple file upload. You do like one update every 15 days or 1 month. Why are you so angry about doing all of that process or lazy about it? Every time I had to do that, I had to also recompile and make a minified CSS through Tailwind, which is another process, which is why you need JS tools. That is something I have as well. And yeah, it's just like, it was a whole hassle, but minified, it's worth it. It's well worth it. It's well worth the effort. The times just drop like crazy because the whole CSS library for Tailwind is very big. If you minify it, it's like I think it's like less than a KB or something like that, or a few kilobytes. So it's like really small. So it's really worth looking into that and doing that. Another thing, after you add Google Analytics and Tag Manager, it's basically going to ruin your runtimes because that JavaScript is really heavy. Even though it's like really good for getting on the information, it's going to make your pages much slower. So yeah, you can make those async, I guess. Be careful about where you use async and defer with your JavaScript imports. That's another thing that I had a little bit of issue with because I'm not the smartest. Use dynamic URLs again if you're using Django. Well worth any effort that it takes. Use all the Django utilities that you can. Signals are great. Signals are amazing. Messages are great. Use toasts. Great way to give information to users. And most importantly, some business advice for you. Do customer development first. Find out people, 100 people, if it's free maybe, and I don't know, 10, 20 people who, if you're doing the paid route, and find out these people before you start developing your platform. I did not do that. I get way too excited about building things, so I just started building it. I think it's much better to do customer development first. You should definitely look into that methodology. It's more effort. It's not as sexy, you know. Developing is so cool, at least to me. I had so much fun doing it. I learned a lot. I learned so much. Oh my goodness, I learned so much. I was using just a basic Django client for emails. You use something like Mailgun or Amazon SES. SES is great. It's very cheap. It's like $1 for 10,000 emails. Like, you're not even gonna get there. I don't have any users. What else? It's just like so much stuff. Like, I don't know. I can't just think stuff out the top of my head. And to be honest, like, this is not everything, right? A lot of things you get just from experience, right? You just go through it and you're like, okay, so it rewires your brain and changes your thinking patterns, and that's important. So I can't share all the information, but I can just talk about the things that I learned building it and just go through the pages to go through it with you, right? I talked to you about all the bad UI decisions I made as well. There's probably some UI things that we haven't explored at all. I guess it's fine. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll end it now. I think it's fair enough. Let's end it. I'm gonna put this in editing software, slap all this together, and we, release it. Hopefully you liked it. To the one person watching this after 4 hours, congratulations. You have great attention span. I don't know if you use social media, but I'm gonna guess you don't. Good for you, man. Good for you. Django resources, go to Reddit. Django Forms is great. Stack Overflow is okay. The Discord servers is not something I use often, but could be great as well. Web dev is another good one. Learn programming could be useful. Django learning or something like that. Learn Django. That's another thing you can use. It's just, for more complicated issues, definitely try Django Forms. I don't think Reddit is particularly the best place to do it. There are a lot of smart people on Reddit, not saying anything against them, but it's just not the greatest platform for dealing with like complicated issues over a sustained period of time. Okay, I'm tired, dude. I've been speaking for so long. My mouth hurts. Cool. Ending it.